All right, good afternoon, everyone. Appreciate you guys coming out today. We have everyone at the back. Can I have some of you come in the front? I'm not going to bite. We charge for some of the seats at the back. That's why. So be a sport. Come on and help me out. My name is Tanveer. I'm the host and organizer for TokenExpo. We are doing this as a series of conferences to cover some of the most compelling use cases in the tokenization space and in Web3. And we also cover a bit of enterprise blockchain. We've done a couple of events virtually, and I was waiting to get to a point where we can roll out some in-person events. So excited about doing one here in San Francisco. We'll do 2 events in the Bay Area in a year. I'll do a couple of events like this in SoCal, and also an event each in New York and Miami. Hopefully we'll do London as well. So every 3 or 4 months, we'll deliver at least one event covering industries such as real estate, capital markets is a given, green energy, anything related to green energy and energy trading, precious metals, gold, precious metals, high-end art, and an area that I'm very excited about is professional sports and entertainment, right? So these are the key industries that we'll be covering. The last 2 events that we did, we had great lineup of speakers from some of the most well-known tokenization platforms and also organizations like Consensus, as well as some of the corporates like Vodafone, T-Mobile, and a bunch of others, right? So we have a great lineup of speakers. I really appreciate all of you coming out. We had folks who've flown in from LA and from Florida. So great lineup, powerful topics. I think some of the people will be filtering, and we had a couple of registrations. I guess some of the techies are a little late today, but I'm expecting a full house as we proceed into the afternoon. For those who are not too familiar with the tokenization space, just want to share a little bit and the potential that we are seeing. A couple of years ago, Boston Consulting Group, as well as Singapore-based investment firm ADDX, ADX, I guess that's how they pronounce it. They put up a report where they pegged the total potential for tokenization at a whopping $16 trillion, right? But there's also others who believe that that is a very conservative number, right? The actual number could be 3 or 4x of that, right? So we're looking at a $64 trillion opportunity. And the others who are a lot more pessimistic, I think, yeah, probably it's $4 to $5 trillion. But regardless, there is a significant opportunity out there. And from the conversation that I've had with all the players in the industry, it seems like we are getting close to that inflection point, right? That hockey stick growth is around the corner. Many of the experts believe that pretty much anything you could think of, from mortgages to insurances to loans, other financial instruments, different asset classes in real estate, gold is already being tokenized there. I've seen some great reports out there. So pretty much anything you could think of can and will be tokenized. Today we'll be covering 3 or 4 of those industries. We have talks on how to create liquidity, because some of the main value adds of tokenization is that it can solve the liquidity problem. Beyond that, it can be used for fractionalization, for fundraising, and then as well as operational efficiencies and a few other benefits, right? So we have a session today on how you could create liquidity by leveraging asset tokenization. We have a fireside panel discussion on what's driving the adoption of blockchain in the enterprise. I'll be followed by a very powerful talk on what are some of the landmark use cases within the financial services industry, like what's happening in capital markets, what's the buzz there. Then we'll switch to tokenization in real estate that DigiShares will be presenting, and followed by one talk on climate impact and sustainability. We have a break in between, so we'll do 3 talks, take a quick 10-minute break, about 10-minute break. After that, we have real estate, climate sustainability, take another break, and then the final session will be dedicated to professional sports and the entertainment industry, right? And at 6 o'clock, we'll have plenty of time to do some networking and mingling. The whole idea of getting everyone in person is, for you all to build relationships and for people to get to know each other, right? That's that. So do follow us on TokenExpo. That's our Twitter handle. We have a YouTube channel where we load our content. So today's recordings would be uploaded on YouTube. So with that, I want to introduce our first speaker today. He has worked in the Middle East for many years, was an executive at one of the largest real estate developers, probably one of the biggest names in that whole, in that part of the world. And then he also worked with sovereign wealth funds and institutional investors. And he's a visionary. He saw the potential of tokenization, way before many others did. So 2018, he launched Tassets, which is a tokenization platform as a service. They've rebranded themselves from Tassets to Zonix. So without further ado, please help me welcome the Chief Business Officer and co-founder of Zonix, Sanjeev Barari.
Thank you, Tanvir. So that's a detailed introduction. I just want to kind of explain you about our journey, because the space we're in, it took us like first 3.5 years to get our first paid client. So it's not an easy journey to begin with. So it all started in 2017. So let me just give you a brief about, it was actually, our company name was Rialto earlier. It's the name stands for Real Token. So it was predominantly to democratize the real estate space. This was something why we thought about it earlier, which we should do. So that's the reason we said Real Token should be the name. That's the reason we said Rialto. So we started in 2017 with one of the first rental portfolio, which is of our client. He actually used to manage all these single family homes and put a lot of these assets on kind of for rental and to flip those assets and work with most of these single family landowners. He always used to actually require a capital to actually put those capital in place to buy those rundown houses and renew them and kind of sell it for a better price. So he actually, when I started talking to him, he said, Sanjeev, this space requires a lot of capital always. And how do we get and how do we should have an access for an capital is something which is always a need. So we've been discussing about it, and it took me 3.5 years to get him convinced to launch his first $50 million rental portfolio, which is it's a Reg D 506C. If I just have to tell you, because they're securities, so securities actually have certain exemptions, and those exemptions which we qualify under, where he launched his first issuance, it's a $50 million Reg D 506C issuance. And he launched a $50 a token with a track record of giving 13% of an IRR, around 6% or 7% of cash on cash. So that was our first validation to the tech what we built. So going back to what the journey when we started. So we are actually a tech infrastructure company based out of Menlo Park, and we've been in this space since almost now 7 years. And I think fast forward, 2020 till 2024 now, we've done almost close to around $4.8 billion of assets tokenized. And those assets are, so we are asset agnostic platform. So we could do real estate, we could do carbon credits, we could do mortgages. So there are different types of use cases are coming up right now because the industry is getting matured enough to understand the importance of tokenization. So, and very, very specifically, I want to kind of highlight, the commercial real estate is a highly illiquid asset class. And when we say illiquid, because there's always a requirement of getting, more traction for capital access, and the capital accessibility is not there. So if you see, BlackRock is always talking about, tokenization as a use case, because think about it like BlackRock has got the biggest illiquid asset on their balance sheet, which is trillions of dollars of commercial real estate or real estate for that matter. And if they start making it liquid by doing tokenization, there's a huge capital access which they could probably access it. And that's something, one of the reasons that we feel that he's one of the biggest brand ambassador for our companies who are actually, trying to do something in tokenization as a space, as a digital assets, portfolio. Now, what we built over the last 7 years is for any asset, issuer to use this platform. It's a low code, no code platform. And he should be, use this platform in literally up and running in 48 hours. So what does that mean? Is basically, these are securities. These are not NFTs. These are not utility tokens. These are securities where you need to have certain exemptions to follow based on where the jurisdiction of an asset class is actually you're launching an issuance of. So we have built something called as inbuilt global oracle for compliance, which is where based on the asset class, the smart contracts would enable the jurisdiction of that particular regulation. The regulation in that particular jurisdiction, they apply the regulations based on the the asset class. So think about it like if the asset is in Germany, the BaFin regulatory would apply the regulations there. If the asset is in US, the SEC regulations would get applicable. So this is something which is unique, and at the same time, there are multiple blockchains are there. There are layer ones, layer twos. How do you see from an insurer's perspective where exactly the liquidity is? So we built something called as our own standard, which is it's a dynamic interoperable standard in between multiple blockchains. So think about it like you are today, you are issuing on XRP Ledger, and tomorrow you are actually seeing more liquidity in, say, Hedera layer one, or probably a Polygon as a layer two. You need to be in a position to switch over in between these chains. And that's something which is what we call it as a DICEs, is a protocol which we've launched. We were the first one who actually kind of minted security tokens on Polygon chain in 2020. And we were probably the first ones to actually, integrated on XRP Ledger, which is Ripple's XRP Ledger is a blockchain. And we work with Hyperledger as well as a permission chain. So what's important in this space, over the last 7 or 8 years, what we've realized is the illiquid assets or liquid assets need tokenization as a tool to actually create a liquidity pools. And how do we create liquidity pools? One is, of course, there's a sell side and there's a buy side. On the buy side, you actually have different, entities like financial institutions, broker-dealer networks, ATAs, decentralized exchanges, they or family office or hedge funds, they would like to invest in digital assets. But today, there is no infrastructure today in terms of for them to investing in these assets. And we are creating that particular infrastructure in connecting the sales side and a buy side. So I would rather not only to kind of connect them only for an ATS or a decentralized exchange where when you issue the tokens, but you should have the whole connecting the whole buy side by connecting the sales side on a buy side together. So that's something which is what we are launching as a product called Secure Connect, which connects the sales side and a buy side. So now I just wanted to kind of, this is more about what we have done over the last 7 years and what we are actually doing in this space as white label, private label tokenization providers. But at the same time, I also wanted to kind of introduce you with my clients who could probably, you should be hearing from them that why they've used our platform and why, first of all, they've selected, tokenization as a, as a tool to create democratization in something converting from illiquid assets to liquid assets. And I have 2 of my good friends and our partners, or probably you can say our clients. They are from different locations. One is, our first BaFin regulated platform in Germany, which is actually, we are launching it soon with our partner called StageX, and the founder is Daniel. So I'm going to kind of ask him a few questions about, based on their experience, why actually they have selected, tokenization as a tool to actually and work with Zonex, very specifically about how, to convert their asset management, platform into something which is very unique in building those digital assets on their platform called StageX. So I think if it is possible, can we get Daniel on a call? Okay. Daniel, you're there?
Yeah, can you hear me well? Hello, can you hear me?
Are you on mute?
Should not. No? I should be on. Hello?
It's not on mute, I believe. It's yeah, Daniel?
Can you hear me now?
Absolutely, yes. Here you go.
Okay,
Hey.
wonderful. Yeah, hi, Sanjeev. Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, Daniel,
sure.
first of all, I'm so sorry for kept you waiting. I know it's late out there, but I really appreciate you joining the call. I just wanted to kind of get your thoughts on what we just spoke. I know that you have been listening to it, so I think this is more of an impromptu because I think this is not scheduled. I just a couple of days back we've talked about it, but yeah, we had a lot of these. So Daniel and me, we had a lot of interactions since past, I think, 1 year now, and I just wanted Daniel to speak about his introduction, and probably Daniel, you can explain about what is StageX, what you guys are doing.
Yeah, sure. First of all, thank you everybody for listening and being there. Even I cannot see you, you can see me. I'm Daniel, co-founder of StageX. I'm actually located here in Frankfurt, Germany, and we are building a marketplace together with Sonics, which is more than just a traditional siloed marketplace in the tokenization world, but we are building a whole ecosystem for real assets. We will focus on real estate. That's also where my co-founder and my background comes from the traditional finance world, where we have been in the last decade building the largest fund administration platform in real estate in Europe. So that means that we have been acting as the intermediary between all kinds of asset managers from around the world and institutional investors from Europe. And in that role, we have seen that hardly any parts of the whole value chain are digitized. And therefore, we were thinking a long time about what is actually the first step for the asset management industry and the real estate sector to finally start the digital transformation. We always have regarded this somehow like a dinosaur. Everybody wants that something changed, but nobody's really taking the first step. And the tokenization is helping us to start from top to bottom. That means by digitizing the real estate investment product with the help of the tokenization, then we can digitize the whole value chain and all the core parts and core processes within the value chain. And that's also where we came across Sonics, and we have shared a lot of time together with Sanjeev Prashant on various conferences around the world, literally around the world, and spoke with a lot of people in order to get understanding.
Hey, I think it's, I cannot say, hey, I think there's some issue there anyways. So let me, just going back to what Daniel was talking about, it is, so Daniel's platform has got a first approval in Germany from BaFin regulatory to actually trade securities. And this is something which is unique because they were the first one to got the approval in Germany to actually launch the asset management platform. And today they actually have almost close to around $2.5 billion of assets to be minted on chain. And they've selected Zonex as a tech platform. And we are not only launching in in Germany, but at the same time, we have commitments from Hong Kong to actually launch in Hong Kong regulatory as well. So there's a lot happening on that space. I think there is some issue, the technical glitch out here, so I don't want to kind of go back. But I think I have my other a good friend Nathan from Miami is joining in, and I believe I would like him to introduce because. Nathan's issuance is close to me because this is my second issuance when we've started working in 2020, and then I believe launch in 2020, 22, if I'm not
22, yeah.
mistaken. Yes. So Nathan, over to you, please.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, well, absolutely. Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you so much for having me, Sanjeev, and it's great to meet everyone there, and thank you for the opportunity.
Nathan, can you explain us about what exactly your past, like what's your experience and what's your background and what exactly you're doing with Fraction?
Absolutely. So currently, I am the co-founder and managing director of Randolph Main Capital Group, creator of the Fraction token and the Fraction marketplace. I have over 20 some odd years in technology and startups and real estate. So when everything started taking place with the blockchain and everything was happening with the ICOs and cryptocurrency, coming from the .com bubble, I was kind of a little hesitant because I would read all the white papers, but I didn't quite understand what the value was. And so my concept and my idea once I was in real estate, been a real estate agent and now a broker for the last 10 years, I wanted to take a real asset. I wanted to take a real property and put it on chain. And so that concept and that idea I thought at the time was novel, but come to find out, it's been something that many people were trying to do at the time. And so when you and I met in Miami, it was just perfect timing. The timing couldn't be better. And so our partnership has been great. So, and it allowed us to actually work with two of the major developers that we're working with currently right now to provide access to institutional grade real estate investing. So our first token that we launched was a debt token, and we were very excited about that. We have about 400,000 tokens on chain currently right now. And our second, as you know, our second project that we're looking to launch is a marketplace to actually raise capital through equity.
Hey, Nathan, just a question. So why in the first place you think about converting from from traditional finance to actually going for a debt issuance on chain, right? I mean, it's something which is you could have probably have done that, and especially I think you should explain more about PPP model, which you guys are working on, public-private partnership model with some of the biggest developers in Miami, and you actually have pushed this whole space from a normal debt issuance to not to go for a traditional finance, but to actually put it on chain, and then you guys have actually been featured on CNN as well because it's a big achievement in terms of and it's a big achievement for or a validation for our use case as well, because you guys have probably been hearing a lot of these use cases that okay, Franklin Templeton has actually put assets on chain, but how many has actually been sold, or probably how many assets have actually tokens have actually generated liquidity? Now, if you think about Nathan's story, it's basically it's a $5 million Reg D 506C issuance, and they've generated almost around $400,000 in literally I think 2 months time, right?
Yeah, about 2 months. Yep, that's correct. Yep.
And now Nathan is actually going to be launching his second issuance, which is it's an equity issuance of $10 million by using the same Reg D 506 filing. So I believe there's something which is interesting. If you can just put more kind of focus on how you actually have why you have decided for debt issuance on chain rather than going for a traditional finance.
Well, what we want to do is we want to stay above the fray. I mean, so many times, as soon as you mention blockchain, people automatically think you're talking about cryptocurrency or crypto speculation. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to make sure that our investors, first and foremost, understood that this was a 5-year hold, and we felt comfortable doing that because of tokenization, the ability to have liquidity. We knew that we could create an ecosystem if you will, that if someone had a liquidity event, they would be able to trade their tokens on the secondary market or peer-to-peer. So what we try to do is consider the fact that the investors had a very safe place, if you will, to invest in high-end institutional grade real estate investments. So one of the things that we talked about was, number one, providing access. So the developers that we're working with, one is one of the largest developers in the U.S., African-American developers in the U.S. He uses a public-private model to get a lot of his projects off the ground and funded and those type of things. So, we saw an opportunity to say, here's access, number one, through Fraction to participate in an investment opportunity you normally wouldn't get to the normal retail investors. And number two, they could get a 10% per annum earned on that money just sitting there and investing with some of our major developers. So we thought that our initial launch for debt was a safe way, de-risked way, and to fly above the fray of what was taking place a lot of times with cryptocurrency speculation. We currently now, we realize, Sanjeev, that the equity is also a great play. So with the marketplace that we're launching now, it's targeting African-American and women-owned business developers and development. So we want to provide access to people who are normally locked out of the opportunity to raise capital. Just to share with you and your audience, out of $84 trillion of private equity, only about 1.4% of that is distributed among minorities across the board. So when you're talking about blockchain and democratization, we thought this was a great way if we could create a marketplace where we now could list businesses and projects and actually take real businesses, real assets, and put them into on the blockchain and tokenize them, but we can make a dent in some of that gap.
Thank you. I think the other thing what you need to probably understand is you could also do a debt and an equity issuance and tokenize them, or probably a portfolio. You could just tokenize them as a whole. A package for you to raise capital. So this is an alternative, way to raise capital. If you think about it in terms of, tokenization is actually a, alternative ways to raise capital. So thank you so much, Nitin. I really appreciate you joining the call. And then, hey, so I just wanted to kind of go back to, what we were talking about, in terms of, the tokenization and the whole space is moving. Actually, see, what we are trying to build is actually the whole system, the whole ecosystem where anyone wants to kind of tokenize any kind of an asset, because these are securities, you probably have to govern more with the regulations. But if you think about, the understanding of creating a liquidity, the liquidity creation would come only with the adoption of this space. And when we started, the adoption was actually in 2017, say probably around 6 to 7%. But fast forward to 2024, I'm not saying it's kind of like 50% or 60%. It's still not even 30 to 40%. It's probably around, in between 30 to 40%. But because there are certain, big institutions are actually pushing this space and actually showing the validation of the technology, which is like, the RWS is trending because there are tokens have actually been, creating liquidity. That's something which is kind of a better, space for all of us to, kind of understand the space more in deep, and then actually, kind of understand the technology as well and the infrastructure which is around with this space. So yeah, I think this is an interesting space to be in for us, for ZoneX. When we started this, and now we have almost most of the major top consulting firms are actually kind of working with us to give their clients tech as ZoneX solution. And we are actually also kind of moving more globally, because what we built is a global compliant platform, and which can actually be accessible from any regulations in anywhere in the world. So I think that's basically what I think. I just wanted to kind of, I know that Tanvir, we don't have much of a time, but I think if you have any questions, I'm here. Please let me know. My company name is ZoneX. We actually have, I'm in fact moved from Rialto to Tassets, and Tassets to ZoneX now, as just rebranded our company. So just let us know if you have any questions. I'm actually around. My name is Sanjeev. I'm the co-founder, and Chief Business Officer of Zonex.
And thank you for Daniel and Nathan for joining us.
Yeah, sorry that I was frozen.
All right, folks, so we're done with our first session. It's never easy to do it when it's sort of hybrid and we have folks dialing in from the other end of the country or the other end of the world. But great start to our event. Sanjeev, thank you so much for joining us. Now we move to the next topic, which is a panel discussion on what's driving adoption of blockchain in the enterprise. I'd like to invite the three panelists to join me. I think it's going to be a great discussion. So with that, the founder of Scale Labs, Jack O'Halloran, give him a round of applause, folks. The CTO of Hyperledger Foundation, Todd Montgomery, and the founder of Transcripts, Zain Zaidi. How you guys doing today?
Doing good.
Are you local in San Francisco?
I am. I live a few minutes from here. So is it much easier than getting on a flight?
You know, it
Come to the
takes
conference.
like 2 hours to get here. I can get to Orange County much faster than driving to San Francisco.
It's the
And,
truth.
I know, Zain, you're in East Bay?
I'm in Fremont, yeah.
You're in Fremont, and you're San Francisco.
Yeah. I'm down in Potrero Hill.
So, gentlemen, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it. I was thinking, you know, if you go back 2017, 18, I was at an event in Palo Alto, and it was at a law office of, you know, one of those big firms there. There was room for like 40 people, and there were like 70 people in the room. It was a VC panel, and the VCs were saying, for the first time in our careers, we are feeling completely, outdated or unwanted because so much of money was being raised by ICOs, right? There was the ICO boom and all of that. And then, you know, we saw the ups and downs, we saw crypto winter and all of that. But I think now we are getting to that actual, you know, where great use cases are happening. So we're going to have a great discussion today to talk about what's the buzz in enterprise blockchain and everything. To set the stage for our conversation, I'll start with a question with you, Jack. But actually, before we do that, will it be okay if y'all can take maybe 45 seconds to tell the audience what are the cool things you guys are doing with each of your organizations?
Yeah. So, hey, I'm Jack O'Halloran. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Scale Labs. We're the core team behind the Scale Network. Scale right now has over 40 million on-chain transactions a month and usually over 5 million active wallets a month. And we're very focused on gaming. We're very focused on Web3 AI. We're very focused on decentralized social. It's just really where you want zero friction, great user experience, and letting the more masses of people leverage and interact with blockchain is where we focus to help partners and applications.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks. So I work as the CTO of the Hyperledger Foundation. We're a sub-foundation of the Linux Foundation. So we are a very large open source, open development organization. You know, we're completely free and open to participate in. You can show up to meetings, you can use the software, you can download the code, you can submit PRs. Please submit PRs, whatever you want. So, you know, please come check us out.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Zain. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Transcripts. Transcripts for building self-sovereign verification for the masses. Our beachhead primary product is a tool for HRs to automate the issuance of employment and income verification by allowing their employees to self-serve these requests directly. We launched about 18 months ago, have served about 2.5 million Americans and about 210 enterprises.
Great. Thank you for providing a brief overview of what you guys do. So Jack, the first question to you, because this is related to the hype cycle, the Gartner hype cycle. So we've seen, you know, the hype cycle, and those of you know this, those of you who follow Gartner, they put a hype cycle for different categories, and you know, you have the days where the innovation is there, and then the irrational, expectations, and then you have disillusionment. Then, you know, there's the enlightenment phase, and then you actually get to a point where real problems are being solved and the industry matures, right? So I wanted to ask you, Jack, where do you think we are as far as blockchain is concerned on this maturity curve? What are your thoughts on where we are now?
Yeah, and I see some familiar faces here. So I think there's a lot of us have seen this progression. And if you remember the 2017 cycle, it was like every dentist would accept crypto for your dental payments. And we were just really off on how these things were going to come together, right? It was like pre-stable coins, gas fees were enormous. We had very little block space to share across just, EVM with one real EVM solution out there. And things have changed dramatically. And also just like the fiat on-ramps were completely not ready. So all the infrastructure around the chain was just not there. And so we're finally at this point where there's nothing blocking you. If you are an enterprise, if you're a business, if you're a professional sports league, if you're a band, if you're a consumer brand, you can launch something that normal people can use without great friction that is also compliant. So that we have that happening, but we still, with each one of these cycles, I think are always overextending ourselves. We're leaning over the skis a bit. But I think this is one of these really nice times where we're coming out of the down part of the market and builders are there saying, hey, now's the time to build and we better start building and let's build things that are going to get through these cycle waves. And they shouldn't be cycle dependent. Like if you're an enterprise, if you have millions of people in your community, you don't want to launch something that is only valuable once every 4 years, right? And so I think we're learning not just about the technology, but the use cases and how to deploy products in the enterprise and within traditional businesses.
Awesome. My next question is to Hot. So at Hyperledger, Hot, you have a whole bunch of mega brands. I believe over 150 large enterprises who are your partners who are building enterprise blockchains with your tools, right? And just to throw some names, the likes of Walmart and Fujitsu, IBM, Bosch, American Express, all iconic brands. So what's the buzz you're seeing with some of these large enterprises, and what are some of the real world problems that they are focusing on?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. One of the nice things about the enterprise market for blockchain is there's sort of been much less up and down than in the cryptocurrency market. A lot of these big enterprises have sort of run the numbers on the value proposition for blockchain solutions, seen the benefit and have gradually been building towards that. So we've seen a number of really cool solutions recently. There's a lot of stuff around shipping and trade finance. NTT's Trade Waltz, for instance, which is used by a number of companies in Japan, has dramatically increased the time of shipping releases, I think, by 85 to 90%, and supposedly makes the humans in the system 47% more efficient. Now, I have no idea what they're measuring there, but that's what they say. So we see a lot of speed ups, that aren't really exciting to customers, but to big enterprises, efficiency is key. And if you can make things, more efficient, that's fantastic for your business. You mentioned Walmart. Walmart's, food tracking program was one of the, original supply chain use case applications of blockchain. And it's saved them a bunch of money in real world product recalls where some vegetable or fruit has been recalled. They've been tracking it on their supply chain blockchain, and they can very precisely throw out the affected fruit or vegetable rather than having to do what they did in the old days and throw away all the stock. I would say right now a lot of financial companies and enterprises are really capturing a lot of the buzz and moving into blockchain. Traditional finance like banks have been sort of slower to adopt, but we're really seeing that change, and that's getting a lot of attention.
That's impressive. And just as a follow-up to that, right? It seems to me almost every large organization is doing something in blockchain, right? Most of them are doing it, right? in some cases, it may be, proof of pilot or R&D, et cetera. What do you think will drive that, more significant, adoption, right? Where it gets more strategic to them?
Well, in a lot of cases, we've seen people sort of, well, companies really, especially banks, be the proverbial ducks on the edge of the water. And we're sort of, when one company goes in, then a bunch of other companies follow. But, in general, the whole story has just been people building and building and building and, trialing and moving forward. So it's been a gradual process and we're getting there. And I mean, it's, people want to have full confidence in the software, from a security perspective, from a reliability perspective. Just one number I like to throw around is, DTCC is one of our members, and
It's one of the largest clearing houses
Yeah.
in the world, the largest. Right?
and the money involved is massive. I mean, does anybody want to take a guess about how much money DTCC clears in a year?
Maybe, 10 trillion,
It's in the quadrillions.
quadrillions.
So,
Staggering.
it's huge. And if you're going to put this kind of money on a blockchain system, you better be confident that that's correct. And for this reason, a lot of these banks and financial companies are extremely conservative. But, they are still progressing forward.
Cool. Suzanne, I'm very tempted to ask you this. So when you started building transcripts, right? So did you start by saying, hey, I want to do something in blockchain, and you found a problem that was worth solving? Or was it the other way around, where you found a problem worth solving and you said, hey, I think blockchain is the best way to solve it?
That's actually a great question. So I think you always start with the problem. Technology is the supplementing piece. You have to be customer focused. Ultimately, when we go sell to the HR of Urban Outfitters, they don't care if we're on blockchain. They don't care if we're on using AI. They care that we save them X dollars, X amount of time, and that we're FCRA compliant. That's all they care about. So you have to build the solution technology agnostic. And you really can't say, okay, I'm building a blockchain solution and I'm going to make this for HRs. No, I'm going to solve a problem for HRs, and blockchain is the best way of solving that problem. I think having that mindset, and when I also looking at a lot of Web3 companies, it's kind of easy to tell the companies that will succeed, because ultimately the rules of business don't change just because you're operating on blockchain or Web3. You have to solve a real problem, especially in the enterprise space.
No, brilliant answer, because I felt, going back a few years, right? It was everyone excited about blockchain, and it was the solution trying to find the problem, right? So I'm glad you shared that. So that's pretty cool. While the microphone's with you, are you able to share how you landed your first one or two early customers?
Yeah, so our first one or two early customers aren't that impressive, but maybe I'll go with our one of our larger customers. So my co-founder is right there, Ali, and we created this company straight out of college. So we didn't have established relationships in the industry. We didn't have. No, I went to San Jose State. He went to the University of Toronto. Then we ended up going to grad school at Harvard, and that's kind of the premise of the idea came from there. But the very first customer that we were able to get is, we actually started off, as the name implies, in education records. We were originally selling towards universities. We really quickly realized universities aren't incentivized to make a better application for their students, because they're not very sensitive to price. Saving money is not actually a big deal for universities. They can just raise tuition, as all students know. But HRs, on the other hand, they spend a tremendous amount of time handling employment and income verification. Every single time you apply for a new place to live, a new loan, a new job, your HR manager at your previous company is getting a phone call and email saying, hey, does Zane work here? Or hey, does Ali work here? In an age of AI, where you can create an AI bot that can mimic a human's voice and that can, fraudulently respond to a phone call, that's not very secure. Now, we had to convince people that that it's not very secure back in 2020, which was a little difficult. It's increasingly less difficult today. But for our first customer, we just focused on the problem. Just what is the problem that you're dealing with? You're spending this many dollars, it's taking you this much time, and there's a compliance aspect. Let's solve each one of these. And this is why blockchain is the best way to do it. And better yet, there's no learning curve, because we'll make our platform fit your needs. It feels like a Web2 platform. When you use transcripts today, it doesn't feel like a Web3 platform, because you got to meet the customer where they are. They don't know how to use a wallet, right? No HR manager knows how to use a wallet, but they know how to use Google's single sign-on to get on and to log on to Transcripts' portal. So we meet our customers where they are, and I think that's kind of using that methodology is how we kind of landed our first client.
That's cool. Jack, I'm very tempted to ask you this. So we always hear about the trilemma in the blockchain world, right? The scalability, security, and decentralization. What are your thoughts on where are we as an industry within everything that you're doing? Where are we on the trilemma? And your thoughts.
Yeah, I think it was first seen as this impossible hurdle. But then I think what people realized is we have to make, creative changes and adjustments here to get more value somewhere else, and maybe give up a little bit on decentralization, get a little bit more speed, agility, cost effectiveness, right? And the thing is, it isn't just in the framework of one set of nodes or one set of validators. So you have these different unique systems that are built, right? And so Scale, for example, is built into the Ethereum mainnet. And then there's a second layer of nodes on top of that. And then there's a third layer of actual chains that are all pooling and sharing security amongst that set, and then within the Ethereum network, okay? And so that's a model. There's other models out there that are all trying to solve for the same thing. And our goal was, hey, how can we have incredibly low costs and zero fees for the end users? Because, what situation works in like the Web2 or traditional business B2B model where the more someone uses your product, the more they have to pay? That's kind of, you want them to pay more eventually, but you want to, not have friction each time they utilize the product. And we learned that, and that's why we have all these sophisticated price models in SaaS and, platform as a service businesses. So anyways, there's innovations happening. And finally, we're at a point where I mentioned this earlier. If you want to launch something, you can launch something with like very low friction. We have single sign-on solutions, custodial wallet solutions, fiat ramps on and off. We have hyper secure blockchains with really great UX properties and decentralization. Now, where I'm seeing the gap and kind of the pendulum swing is that it's in the implementation. And so you look at a lot of Web3 implementations and you're like, great, look at all the effort in the systems design and the architecture to make sure this is decentralized. But then the way that it's deployed, it doesn't even need to be on blockchain, because one developer just has control of everything. And so I've been talking a lot of specifically in gaming, and also we work with huge global brands that have loyalty programs, engagement programs. We work with global international sports leagues that have millions and millions of fans, and they want to connect more and have more loyalty and engagement. But to me, it's really important to not throw the core principles away. You need to, meaning core principles of why is it even on a blockchain? And it's because you're trying to utilize the blockchain for some element of transparency, immutability, permanence, et cetera, right? And oftentimes the way that the actual implementation works, it may as well just be on a centralized database. So my team, and I know a lot of other people building, are trying to work with the inside, customer or partner on ensuring that the way they implement blockchain keeps in mind with the fact that, like, well, why is it even on a blockchain in the first place? And that's kind of thankfully we're getting rid of the friction, but we need to be sure we're staying true to core principles, or why even do it?
Does one worry you more than the other?
The one that worries me I think the most is if we have something that only an engineer can use, that knows how to use Ledger and plug into MetaMask, no one's going to use this stuff. So that's probably the worst outcome. Giving up a little too much control to a developer who's deploying, and not as big of a deal, but there's ways to deploy and leverage multi-sigs and have backup solutions and custodial wallets and do some things to still ensure that, you know, the user has some, depending on the use case, has the right level of control and authority and, you know, visibility into what's happening on chain. So I think I'm personally really in favor of good UX and growing the space, but also seeing like the next problem is going to be people saying, why is this even on blockchain? It's just, you know, it's just a different database the way it's been implemented.
And you guys zero gas fees, right? For forever, right?
Yeah, well, there's still a fee, but it's paid by the developer. So there's a chain fee, okay? And the unit economics end up being a lot better. But let's say you've got a game builder and you've got a game company and they're launching a game. Well, they can actually buy scale tokens and rent a piece of that chain. And it's like a SaaS model. And so as long as they're paying for that, they can run up to X% of transactions or gas computation per what they're renting in that chain. It can rent the whole chain or rent a smaller piece. So you still have to pay people that stake and people that run nodes or entities that do either of those things to have a blockchain be decentralized and have economic value. But our goal was in the actual design, all the way down to the way consensus functions and works, is this kind of decentralized SaaS model of blockchain payment.
You want to add anything on the trilemma, your thoughts on where we are?
Yeah, absolutely. I will first say something possibly controversial. I'm not a fan of the trilemma because it includes security. Please don't compromise security on your blockchain software or any software. But the trade-off between, you know, scalability and decentralization is extremely real, and you should carefully consider, you know, what system you want to use based on what decentralization you need. I encourage people to, you know, pick what decentralization is acceptable, and then you can sort of figure out what you need to get the maximum performance. As far as enterprise scalability, though, you might be surprised about how okay the solutions are today. For something like finance or supply chain, there are often humans that have to be involved. And with the way regulations are today, you can't take them out of the equation or the system, right? So even in sort of a best case, you know, you might take some settlement or some supply chain procedure that takes like, 4 days. Maybe you can take it down to a few hours. That's a huge win. But that's not, especially taxing on your blockchain, right? No one is going to worry if a transaction takes a few minutes to process in this case. As far as some other scalability applications, like payment systems, those get complicated. But then you have more stuff that comes into like privacy. And that's, a whole nother aspect that will decrease performance and is another trade-off.
Cool. We'll switch to decentralization, and Zen, let me ask you this and see if what your thoughts are. So decentralization, some organizations may love decentralization because of the increased risk, the transparency, maybe reduce costs, improve security. But other organizations may hate it, right? Because the speeds may not be there, or they don't want to lose control. So in your world, how do you sell the benefits of decentralization?
So maybe I can start with what it means to be decentralized in our space, right? So with employment and income records, the people who own employment and income records are the HR, right? They're the ones who employ you, and they're the ones who pay you. They have access to that in a Gusto, a Rippling, an ADP, some sort of centralized HR database. Now, from the HR's perspective, whenever they give out your employment information and income information to Bank of America or JP Morgan or whoever, there's something called the FCRA consent form. It's Fair Credit Reporting Act. It requires that the employee gives consent for this information to be shared. HRs, as many of you know, are very, they don't like, their entire job is regulation and compliance and making sure an organization follows federal, state regulation and compliance. They prefer it if they can offshore as much compliance as possible in a way that they know that's not going to come bite them back in the butt later down the road. So with our system, decentralization is actually a huge plus, because when the employee shares their document with Bank of America using transcripts, they don't have to worry about FCRA compliance because the employee has given consent to that document being shared. Now, where they have concern is where is that information being stored? If it's not being stored in our Rippling or in our Gusto or our ADP, which we know and trust, is it being where on this magical blockchain universe is it being stored? That's a little bit of a uphill battle trying to sell that to them. There's ways around it where we have all like typical enterprise security stuff, SOC 2, this and that. And that kind of addresses a lot of the IT concerns that these companies have. But for the most part, actually decentralization for our customer is actually a big bonus because they don't have to worry about the compliance aspect of it. They're no longer liable if this information gets in the hands of a bad actor. The employee is liable. So they prefer giving that compliance and that liability right back to the employee.
And Jack, your take on, selling, the benefits of decentralization?
Yeah, I think it depends on who you're talking to, right? If you're talking to a DeFi maximalist purist, you better be very decentralized. If you're talking to a business, decentralization to me is what's the, how critical is it to ensure that that data and information will be there? One of the beauties of decentralization is actually this like redundancy quality, right? By having, your networks that are less brittle, you have information that is less brittle and more, immutable, right? And that's why we do this. So what are your failure points? How many are there? And does it have to be, do I care if these are running on high powered servers? No, I want them to if I'm an enterprise, but if I'm, a pure decentralization purist, I want to make sure that like, the little guy, can plug a server in and still make money by helping validate blocks. So I think enterprises don't care about that other scenario, but they do care about redundancy and having, if there's only 9 node operators in full and, 5 of them go down, well, the data's gone, right? Your liveliness is broken. And if you care about like, the sanctity of the data in a blockchain, and you're not just going to be able to pull it out and, bootstrap another chain. So I think that's really, to me, in the enterprise where it matters.
I'll open it up to questions from the audience after, one question to Hart around interoperability, which is also big. And Hart, from your vantage point, you're looking at so many, you're working with so many big names. What are the significant developments you've seen around interoperability?
Sure. I've always been a big believer in interoperability. Back before my LF days, I actually helped launch the Hyperledger project that focuses primarily on interoperability. Back when I was working at Fujitsu, I don't believe there will be sort of one blockchain to rule them all, right? There are all these trade-offs. We talked about the trilemma. And even the most hardcore Ethereum maximalist, is supporting L2s and even L3s and chains. So you can view, the interaction between all of these chains as interoperability. But we're also going to need interoperability between various different chains. We need interoperability with legacy systems for many business applications. So we see this all the time. It's blowing up. And this is just chain-to-chain interoperability, right? We also want interoperability in the sense that if I write an application once, I ideally would not have to wouldn't have to recode it for every different chain. We're seeing more and more of that, and sort of all of this come up. Within Hyperledger, we have 2 projects, Hyperledger Cacti and Hyperledger Firefly. Cacti is sort of focused on cross-chain transactions, atomic swaps, things like that. Firefly is sort of a middleware for blockchain, where if you write blockchain code once, you can run it through sort of on a Firefly platform, and it'll run on a lot of different chains. These are becoming very popular with enterprises. If you're interested, you can go to the GitHub today and try them out yourself.
Awesome. Now, we'd love to take 1 or 2 questions. Anybody, has questions for our audience?
Can I weigh in on that too? Because I just want to double down on something you said. I feel like we figured out this like chain-to-chain interoperability, but it's legacy system interoperability. And, when I heard Salesforce is no longer pursuing this, Web3, strategy. They were building incredible software that helped businesses be able to deploy NFTs and deploy blockchain assets and incorporate them into marketing automation systems and CRM systems. And so this connection between on-chain activity and, hash addresses and like your identity as far as an organization is concerned about who you are is like, I think the next frontier. And like, I'd love to see that interoperability move forward. And I think there's a lot of opportunities for entrepreneurs who are looking where to build in the space to build those tools.
Great insight. So yeah, we have a couple of hands. I saw that first and we'll come to you, sir. So go ahead.
I don't love the numbering either. Some people went from Web3 and then decided that they were going to go to Web5. It's been a trend. So it doesn't make sense to me. It's not intuitive. So I totally agree with you. When people tell me they're on Web5, I usually say I'm on WebPi just to be a troll. But, so yeah, I totally agree with you that the numbering just doesn't make sense.
How about you, sir? Or you?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we've won when the numbers go away. Okay. And like, you think, look at Web3 gaming. Well, when Web3 gaming's a dead term and there's just gaming and there's all this backend infrastructure that also happens to be on a blockchain and use NFTs, it means it's just so integrated into all the tools and products we use. And then we've all really won if we're out here carrying the flag of, blockchain and crypto. So, but it'll be a while and there'll be, some, things that make you like cringe some terms like Web5 in the interim.
Take one more question.
Hi, I'm Zahid, founder of Jutsu. So my question is, what do you think about number of developer affecting the adoption of Web3? Because today is like according to Electronic Capital, like their surveys like a 23,000 Web3 developer. So what is your thinking behind like why we are not able to attract more developer? And if you compare with Web2, because there are more developer and they're building more application and application are becoming more useful for everyday user.
I mean, I'd like to challenge those numbers because one issue I have with that report is it's about who's contributing. Like, did I do a pull request for Hyperledger? Okay, I'm one of those 20,000 people, but what about the 100,000 developers that are just someone on their team is deploying to a chain? So I think there's a lot of people like, look at Scale. We have over 1,000 developers just in the ecosystem, but not all of them are submitting pull requests to our open source code base or their own bases that are open source. So I think there's a little.
Can I challenge your thought? Like one thing I found is that 1,000 developer you mentioned, they work in Ethereum ecosystem, then they go contribute to Near ecosystem or Hyperledger. So like, how can we bring more new developer?
Yeah, I mean, my feeling though is like, how many developers need to actually be there at the end of the day to be the one that's like the EVM expert that is deploying or submitting a pull request to a library compared to, maybe there's a company that's got 400 developers and their core business is blockchain, but only 5 of them on the team are actually really responsible for like blockchain interactivity.
I would push back on them and say, how do you define a Web3 developer even? There are lots of people that could be Web3 developers that aren't actively working in Web3 too. So, yeah.
And what is the effect of that for adoption, Web3 adoption?
I mean, I think too, like we're changing the playing field. So let's say you wanted to deploy to blockchain before, and like, okay, I've got to employ 3 people that are going to handle my like Web3 off login. Okay, I've got to like build this thing. And then I have to, I even have to build a layer 2 chain because there's nothing that can make Ethereum run fast. And now it's like, you don't need to, you can launch a product in this space and rely on all of these tools. So I kind of look at like how many people are building tools and infrastructure, and it's nice to see that grow. But there's also this business development capture of developers that are, you know, they might just be a front end developer. They don't know anything about blockchain, but they're doing something really critical to enable people to go and interact with blockchain.
I'll agree with this, right? You know, the entire internet, you know, runs on modern cryptography. How many people are capable of implementing, like, you know, I'll use RSA an example because it's particularly devious if you want to have an implementation that's secure against side channel attacks, you know, and I'll say there are probably like tens of people in the world that are capable of implementing a side channel resistant, you know, RSA implementation. But that hasn't stopped, you know, cryptography or, you know, from being used everywhere, you know, across the world today. And I see a lot of the same stuff happening in Web3 as a whole, right? Lots of people don't need to understand every nut and bolt of a complicated consensus protocol or stuff like that. You know, obviously these people need to exist. We do need them, but everyone in the ecosystem doesn't need to have a PhD in cryptography, a PhD in you know, distributed systems, and a PhD in algorithmic game theory, right?
Yeah, Okta is a great example, right? They've got all these brilliant cryptographers, but they enable, you know, maybe a regular, you know, someone with a normal set of developer skills to go deploy this advanced cryptography. And, you know, but are they cryptographic related developers? Maybe, but they don't need to have the skill set. They need to be able to deploy. And so I think, yeah, I like your point. We've got to bring more people in, but we also have to make it more accessible by abstracting the complexity away with tools.
That is definitely one of the goals of our open source ecosystem, is to make it, you know, so that it is easier to develop blockchain software. So you don't have to, you know, be a PhD in every single aspect of a system to build a system, because no one is.
Thank you.
Yeah, great question. One last, anybody else? We'll take one more question. There's a hand, you know, going up there.
Hi. Yeah, so I see for enterprise, there's choice to use a non-public blockchain, you know, Hyperledger and I think Transcript in your case. So in the problem of immutability and sort of the ability to be tamper resistant, and it kind of ties into discussion around decentralization. When you use more of a, you know, private blockchain, I mean, how do you have guarantees for immutability and so forth, right? And is that something maybe that enterprise customers don't, you know, they're deprioritizing versus, you know, going with a high Nakamoto coefficient public blockchain? But I'm just curious, you know, the approach to that.
I can take this one. So it all depends on your trust assumption, right? Like if you're using some form of BFT consensus, right? You know, you're making the assumption that, you know, typically 2/3 of your participants are honest, right? That's your trust assumption. That's your decentralization, right? And for many enterprises, that's enough, right? You know, if you're a network of banks, you might assume that, you know, one bank running a system would be extremely problematic, but, you know, if you have 10 banks, you know, probably no, it's going to be very hard for more than 3 of them to get together and collude without you figuring it out, right? So again, as you pointed out, there's a continuum, right? It's not just it's not you're decentralized or you're not. There's a whole continuum of decentralization. And, you know, some of these permission networks are enough for these enterprise applications.
Yeah, Scale is a fully decentralized open blockchain. So we, you know, I think we kind of end up finding interactions with the CTOs and CIOs of these companies that want an open blockchain. But I know there's other use cases where it is a continuum, and Hyperledger might be something that fits more of the model they're looking for. But I think I used to work in like the I worked in enterprise software for a really long time. And there was this day where, I don't know if everyone remembers, like when, using the cloud was a bad thing. And you'd go sell to a big enterprise, like, oh, I can't use AWS. I've got to use my on-prem system. And then like all those CIOs got fired. I think, we're figuring things out still, but I think before it used to be like, oh, you'd never put anything on Ethereum. It's an open blockchain. And now I think, people are picking and choosing based off what fits their needs the best.
And I will say, we do have, public blockchain software. If you're familiar with Besu, right? Like, it's usually like 10 or 15% of mainnet runs on Besu. So we see a lot of people and a lot of companies interested in both public and permission networks, and particularly interoperability between the two.
For us particularly, a permission network is the best use case. Just because when you have 220 HRs serving as validators on our chain, they don't necessarily, there's no incentive for the HR manager at Centene to lie or manipulate data from that's stored on that we store from Spirit Airlines, for example, right? So it really depends, I think, on the use case, and there are pros and cons with going on a public chain versus a permission chain. One issue that we ran into is you can't get SOC 2. It's extremely difficult to get SOC 2 if you're on a public chain, because as part of that compliance requirement to get SOC 2, there's a huge aspect of that chain that you have no control over, no trust over. From a traditional Web 2 perspective, right? You can go fight with your auditor all you want, but from his or her traditional Web 2 perspective, there's a lack of trust there. That was an issue that we ran into, and it's kind of the reason why we had to go towards a permission chain.
Okay, this has been great information. Now I want to wrap up in the interest of time, but one last question, and if we can go real quick on this. Are there any significant milestones you're hoping to see from the industry in the next 12 to 24 months? You can start with Zen and work our way down.
The most significant milestone that I'm looking forward to is when Web3 will stop being referred to as Web3. I think it was on to the question over there. I think calling technology by a specific name is very gimmicky. I think VCs promote that so that they can, say I'm a Web3 investor, I'm an AI investor. No, it's consumers just like technology, and they like how technology impacts their life. I think when the next protocol stops advertising itself as a Web3 protocol, but as a protocol that actually solves problems, that's something that will be interesting.
I guess I'll see it as a milestone when people really embrace privacy-preserving technologies, everything in ZKPs, MPC for decentralized applications. I think privacy and concerns about privacy are holding a lot of big enterprises back. And as more solutions come out that address these problems, I think we'll really see blockchain to take a step forward.
Yeah, for me, I think about unique active wallets and think about them as if they're users. And so I think you have to, wash out some of this, some of these use cases. But you look at gaming alone, there's over 10 million unique active wallets a day pinging the chain, right? Pinging chains across the gaming ecosystem. And I think when we get to an industry where we have like a real validated 100 million unique active wallets across enterprise use cases, across permission blockchains, open, non-permission blockchains, from gaming to DPIN to different financial applications and business applications and loyalty products, I feel like we're going to hit this next threshold. And to be honest, I think we're pretty close. Like, I think in a year from now, it's not unreasonable that there's legitimate 100 million unique active wallets on chain.
Folks, give them a huge round of applause for sharing their wisdom. This was a phenomenal conversation. Thank you, everyone. All right, next third presentation, and then we'll take a break. We'll have some snacks and get some beverages or whatnot. So I am also very excited to bring up our next speaker, and he flew in from beautiful SoCal to be with us today. He's been long-term executive at Countrywide Financial, which went on to become the largest mortgage loan originator in the U.S., acquired by Bank of America. He's a serial entrepreneur. He has successful exits under his belt. He chairs the capital markets or financial services special interest group, specifically for mortgages. He currently runs an organization called Z Ventures Blockchain. It's a global services and consulting organization that specializes in blockchain, and also working on some really cool ventures. Without further ado, we'd love to welcome Marvin Bantugan, who's going to talk about some landmark use cases in financial services and in capital markets. So let's bring it up for Marvin Bantugan.
Thank you. I really like that panel that we just went through. I want to go through just some quotes that I wrote down, and then I'll do my favorite quote at the end of that. Zain said, they don't care if you're on blockchain. That's true. People don't care if you're on blockchain. They could care less. Jack from Scale said, it's in the implementation. Absolutely agree, okay? Okay. People really don't want to see me, but at least that's what my kids tell me. Jack from Scale said, it's all in the implementation. Again, something I wholeheartedly agree with. And then the last one that's my personal favorite, there's nothing that can make Ethereum run faster. Okay, for those of you that have been in blockchain, you know. Okay, so let's just go ahead and get right into the presentation. I'm going to be speaking about some of the landmark use cases in tokenization and capital markets, and provide some of my thoughts, which may not be welcome, on tokenization and capital markets, but we're just going to go with it. I heard thumping. Awesome, thank you. Let's see if it'll. Okay. I always love this part when it's the technical people that have the technical problems. I'm trying to go back because I was just testing. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Just as another quick aside, this morning I did a conference call where we were talking to a potential business partner. I was sitting on the floor of baggage claim in Oakland. So, I mean, this venue is a fantastic change. Okay. This is just the agenda. I'm not going to go over that at all. Faster, cheaper, easier. I'm trying to trademark that phrase, so back off, everyone. And let's just do there we go. Okay. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this. I am the CTO of Zaventis. We're a global fintech solutions provider, leading provider of consulting services, strategic staffing, and technology solutions. Our industry focus includes financial services with an emphasis on mortgage and real estate, and we have a growing healthcare practice. Those of you that know mortgage realize that, yeah, you need something counter-cyclical to mortgage, and that's healthcare. So I'm also a member of the Hyperledger Foundation, so I think Hart Montgomery was here. I am a big proponent of Hyperledger. I think it's a fantastic blockchain. I am the co-chair for the, and this is always a mouthful, Hyperledger Foundation Financial Markets Mortgage Subgroup. We have monthly meetings the second Thursday of every month, and I'll have a slide on that as well. I encourage you guys to attend. I am a frequent speaker on blockchain tokenization, and I spoke at the IEEE 2022 Global Emerging Technology Conference and Fabric Symposium. I've spoken at the 2022-2023 Ideas, AI, and Blockchain Conference, and even I am getting bored with all of this. So I'm going to move on. Okay, everyone here knows about blockchain. I'm not going to try and educate people that probably know about more about blockchain and tokenization than I do. The only thing I want to mention on this slide is what Larry Fink said, the next generation for markets, the next generation for securities will be tokenization of securities. This is a huge opportunity, and that's why we're all here. Okay, faster, easier, cheaper. What do I mean by all of this? Like a lot of people in this room, I've been attending a lot of conferences on blockchain. I got to move this on blockchain tokenization and AI. It was at the 2024 Van Eck Southern California Blockchain Summit at USC a couple of weeks ago that I had an aha moment. A very successful venture capitalist, someone that's made a lot of money, and I haven't made a lot of money. That's why I'm here speaking to you guys. He told the audience that to build a successful application, to get over 1 million users, and it doesn't have to be 1 million users, a critical mass of users, your app has to be 3 things. It's got to be faster, it's got to be cheaper, and it's got to be easier than anything in the marketplace. Okay, if it doesn't meet that criteria, you're wasting your time. Your company's not going to be successful. Okay, unfortunately, very few of us, and this is the brick wall of reality, very few of us, including me, are building solutions that are faster, easier, and cheaper. So let's continue on from that. Well, there we go. Okay. TikTok, Spotify, ChatGPT, and SpaceX. These are all archetypes of faster, easier, and cheaper. TikTok is the 6th most widely used social network, and it has redefined short-form video. More than 1 billion videos are viewed daily. When I got that data point, I nearly had a heart attack. 1 billion videos, and I spend hours on TikTok, so it's not just me, okay? And it has been downloaded more than 700 million times in the first quarter of 2023. Spotify streaming has supplanted DVDs, radio, and iTunes, and it's so ubiquitous, even my parents use it. Okay, another example, ChatGPT. It has added AI to the everyday lexicon, for better or for worse, and it has made AI approachable to everyone, and versions of it are still free. SpaceX has replaced expendable rockets, and it has made rocket launches several orders of magnitude cheaper and spaceflight easier than any other rocket company. It'll take us to the moon, Mars, and beyond. So these are all examples of, to use an overused term, disruptive solutions. When Tanvir and I started talking about the topic of my presentation today, landmark use cases of tokenization, I thought that there would be no similarly disruptive solutions, tokenization blockchain applications. And I think that's true. And if someone's hiding something, I mean, please let me know. However, there are a myriad of use cases in capital markets that do stand out. So let's go through a couple of those. And this is by no means going to be exhaustive. And in fact, it'll just be a very, very light brush because of the limited time. The first case that I want to go through there we go. Liquid mortgage, in concert with Redwood Trust, had demonstrated the benefits of tokenization mortgage-backed securities and wrote about their effort in what I think is a seminal white paper, Building a Mortgage Blockchain Ecosystem. This white paper referenced issuance SMT 2022-4, so you guys should be writing that down, consisting of 338 loans and an approximate principal value of 294 million as of December 20th. Each loan that underpinned that securitization is a digital asset sitting in a wallet. So as a user repays the loan principal, the balance in the wallet reduces in line with the loan balance and reflected in the Stellar blockchain. So this allowed investors to view payment activity on a daily basis. So this is clearly an example of a blockchain application that resulted in faster processing. They also had another securitization, SMT 20-21, 20-21-6, had an initial notional value of 449 million, backed by 497 jumbo loans that also experienced the same type of improvement in processing time. So awesome use case for faster processing. Another example that I'm not going to go into as much detail, Vanguard. Vanguard leveraging R3's Corda through Grow Inc. achieved straight-through processing savings of 100 hours in a week of labor. Now let's go over tokenization use cases that are cheaper. Hey, there we go. Oh, I have some extra bullets here. Okay, Goldman Sachs digital asset platform achieved 15 basis points in savings for 100 million euro digital bond issuance. In April 2021, Goldman Sachs led the first issuance on the Ethereum public blockchain for EIB, European Investment Bank, for 100 million euro. So some of the key things to note about this issuance was awarded a AAA rating by both Moody's and Fitch. When this issuance took place, it pushed Ethereum prices up to a record highs and a total market cap of over 312 billion for Ethereum. So this is something that definitely had a market impact. The initial investors in this issuance were AXAIM and Union Investment. A couple other firsts for this transaction. This was the first public digital issuance on the Ethereum public blockchain. It was also the first cross-chain delivery versus payment settlement using experimental CBDC token, as well as the first digital bond to be executed under Luxembourg law. And then an example of faster as well, it had T+1 settlement versus a traditional T+3 settlement. So that's something that really caught my eye. So this use case, a perfect example of not only cheaper, but faster as well. The other item on this slide, JP Morgan's Onyx Digital Assets is projected 20 million in savings. Yeah, there it is. Those things got merged. Is projecting 20 million in savings on an expected $1 trillion in tokenized repo volume by the end of 2023. We've got some more use cases. I'm not going to go over a lot of these other use cases. I'm just going to go over one or two of them really briefly. Broadbridge's digital ledger repo DLR is saving sell-side clients like Societe Generale $1 million per 100 euro, or excuse me, per 100 repo transactions. And then the last one I want to cover, structured finance servicing platform Intane. I'm familiar with Intane. I think they have great technology. They're a great bunch of guys. 100 basis points in savings by reducing SME, small to medium enterprise loan life cycle fees from 150 basis points to 50 basis points through Hyperledger, plug for those guys, and Avalanche blockchain solutions. So in another study that I don't have a slide on, but I wanted to reference, cost disruption in the issuance market by CashLink and Finoa. The authors compared the associated costs of a traditional securitization versus tokenization, where the latter showed cost savings of 35 to 65% across a security value chain. So 35 to 65% savings. And that value chain included the following steps: pre-issuance. So this is the legal and transaction structuring. There weren't that many cost savings. We'll just call it a 0% on pre-issuance. Primary market savings, 14% to 68% cost savings. That's pretty significant. Custody and asset servicing, 33 to 64%, and then secondary marketing, 17 to 50%. So just across those examples, tokenization can definitely be cheaper. And as in some of the use cases that we've just discussed, it is sometimes faster. But here's the rub: is tokenization easier? Unfortunately, tokenization, rather than simplifying the process, can add additional complexity and obstacles. These obstacles include the items that are on the screen: technological complexity. To use blockchain effectively, there has to be a significant level of technical understanding within the enterprise, which could pose a problem for in my size clients that are small to mid-size financial services companies. Oftentimes, they're not going to have an IT team that has the sophistication or the technical expertise to be able to manage a blockchain project. Another issue is regulatory opaqueness. While tokenization has a slew of benefits, it represents a lot of complex legal challenges. Securities law can differ across jurisdictions, and failing to comply can result in severe penalties. And you have to have your KYC and AML, so know your customer, anti-money laundering regulations that you have to follow pretty closely. That adds another layer of complexity. And even more important, I think, is that the lack of regulatory clarity around blockchain and tokenization. And there's a sizable population, me included, that feels like this lack of regulatory clarity is one of the biggest things holding back tokenization and its widespread usage. Some of the other items that are covered on here: interoperability and standardization. Adapting tokenization is not merely about implementing new software. It demands a fundamental shift in trading infrastructure, legacy systems that often have to struggle with integrating with the blockchain. That was one of the issues mentioned by the previous panel. And then one of the things that people tend to not fully address is it's going to require significant investment in time and capital because of the requirement to run parallel. So if you set up a blockchain or tokenization process and really to make sure that that thing is working, you've got to be running parallel at some time, unless you have the balls to just flip the switch, okay? Cybersecurity, I'm not going to go into a whole lot of that, but that continues to be an issue. While the blockchain itself is secure, elements of the ecosystem can be vulnerable to hacking, and you need to implement robust cybersecurity measures. Volatility, it's not on here, but it's one of the things that's embedded to some people. Volatility is not a bad thing. I mean, market volatility can provide lucrative trading opportunities, but it also amplifies risks. So those are some of the things that I think are holding back tokenization. And just kind of to bring all of this home, there currently exists, at least in my opinion, no solution at scale that spans different banks and different blockchains. Whoa. Yeah, that's where I want to be. Okay. Despite the progress that's been made, tokenized deposits currently operate only within a single bank or within a single blockchain. Stablecoins lack the regulatory clarity to be considered bearer assets to provide for real-time ubiquitous settlement. In addition, the tokenization provider landscape has been fragmented, and it's still growing. There's no integrated or established one-stop shop solution for tokenization. And I think that that provides a real opportunity for the people in this room in if you can sell faster, cheaper, easier to a customer and get them onto a tokenizer blockchain network, I think there's going to be a lot of customers that are out there. The third remaining issue is the absence of at-scale distribution channels for digital assets to be accessed by appropriate investors. I think that's CompuSpeak for a common marketplace. Many tokenized assets are available only on homegrown platforms from tokenization providers, and it's fairly narrow population of traders. There needs to be integration of these platforms and blockchains and networks. So just to wrap all of this up, it may sound like I'm arguing against tokenization. That is not the case. I sincerely believe in tokenization and that it can provide value and that it is the future of capital markets. The use cases that we've been discussing clearly demonstrate the benefits of tokenization. What I'm advocating for by bringing these weaknesses to the forefront is building partnerships that expand distribution, okay? Focusing on interoperability, that's been spoken by a myriad of people. Interoperability, integrating with legacy systems, and the last one, regulatory clarity. This will allow us to develop solutions that are faster, cheaper, and easier. So I never know where I'm at on these slides now. Okay, that's the slide I was supposed to be at. I'm just going to throw the Hyperledger slide out here if you guys want to join or sit in on our meeting tomorrow. And then I want to open it up to questions. Yes. That is outside my field of expertise, but I never miss an opportunity to talk about something I know nothing about. I think that's fantastic, okay? More power to the people that are tokenizing carbon credits. Personally, I'm trying to have as big a carbon footprint as possible, but my kids are trying to prevent that. So yeah, I think that that's great. How that's going to be done is the question that I have. And are the people that are going to be providing those services, is there a business case behind it? If that's something that you're interested in my question to you would be, great, that's great for the environment. I think a lot of people support it. How are you going to make money at it?
The Guardian article, the Guardian article from Vera last year showed that 90%. So Vera is like the Google of carbon offset issuer, and 90% are fake. So we have $1 trillion market with 90% that are fake. That provides huge opportunity, at least in my mind. And there's a protocol called Toucan protocol.
Yep.
And so what that does is takes real world assets of carbon credits and issues it on chain and provides liquidity, but they provide no standardization or filtering because they just want more credits, the better. So that's increasing zombie credits. So it's a very much a wild west within that market. So whenever there's FUD, right, that's a good time to jump in. When your mom is texting you about Bitcoin, that's probably not the right time to buy. So it's a similar concept.
Yeah. I mean, clearly you know more about this topic than I do. And I think that, as I said, I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great field to be into. I just honestly don't know enough about it.
What about tokenizing weather data to potentially help to reduce cost of insurance or real estate? Awesome. Thank you.
He just wants to keep throwing questions at me where I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Gentleman over there has a question. Yeah, ask me something else about something I don't know.
Thank you. So my name's Trevor. This is really exciting to see RWA in San Francisco. I started a project called Polymath in 2018, which is like tokenizing on Ethereum. And one thing that we evolved to was actually building our own L1 that's kind of purpose built for
Yep.
RWA, because we tried to talk to banks, we tried to get them to use the protocol or our application, excuse me. And they were like, yeah, well, what happens if we have to unwind a transaction? What
Yeah.
happens if someone's on the OFAC list? What if you saw cases where people would spam the BlackRock wallet with porn and contaminate it because you can't prevent that from happening?
Right.
So my question is like, do you have any thoughts on kind of at the L1 level where it's moving? Should it be public and permissionless like Ethereum, or maybe private and permissioned like what we've been working on? And secondly, do you see the value in RWA accruing to the L1 layer, or do you think it's going to happen on top at the application layer, if that makes sense?
Yeah, it does. I keep trying to walk that way. I have a personal bias against Ethereum. I did my first blockchain work doing proof of concepts on Ethereum, and it took us 3 or 4 months to get our blockchain up and running on Ethereum. The transactions per second were unbelievably painful on Ethereum. So I guess part of my answer to your question is I don't think Ethereum is a good vehicle for that type of application. But that said, you may be a heck of a lot smarter than I am. When I jumped in, another shameless plug for Hyperledger, we did our proof of concept before on Hyperledger using Hyperledger Firefly. We get our blockchain up and running in a week, something that we'd been banging our heads on for like 3 or 4 months before. We got done in a week.
Because Hyperledger is a permissionless chain, right?
Yeah.
And it kind of has to be.
Yep.
Because that's what we realized too. And the way we keep it we kept it public. I'd like your thoughts on this, but all of the nodes on the network have to be regulated.
Yes.
And everyone on the chain has to be KYC'd.
Yes.
Because if you don't do that, you're in violation of literally everything. So
yeah, and we were working on banking applications, specifically a mortgage origination application. So that's why those security measures, what actually facilitated what we wanted to do in terms of building a mortgage application proof of concept.
like a figure, sort of.
Well, yeah, the real answer is yes. They're the 800-pound gorilla in my industry. The figure, Michael Cagney, the whole crew.
Noted.
We can talk later.
Anyone else?
Okay. Question in the back. I'm just jealous of Figure. That's why. Okay. Yeah.
Quick question. On the regulatory clarity piece, I'm curious your opinion on who's best suited to provide that clarity. Is it the SEC, CFTC, or is it some organization that doesn't exist today?
Excellent question. I think, unfortunately, the real answer is going to be defined by the next election. Okay. If we have a certain candidate that has stated his support for blockchain and crypto, I think the organizational body is not going to be that critical because he will just issue an executive order. But then you have to take the bad with the good on that. So in how much do you really love blockchain? Okay. So I guess I showed my political affiliation in that last comment. We can delete that out later. Okay. There's another question, or are we out of time? Okay, I'll take it in the break. Thank you, everyone.
So we're done with, the session A. Now we're moving to session B. In session B, we'll be covering tokenization in real estate. And then it'll be followed by a talk on climate and sustainability, or two huge opportunity areas in tokenization. For real estate, I am thrilled to have Gabriel Sadoun, who flew in from Miami. He's with the DigiShares. They're a very well-known platform for tokenization. Gabriel is their head of US business development. He has a background in investment banking for a few years before moving on to blockchain. He's at the intersection of blockchain and real estate. So without further ado, let's bring up Gabriel.
Thank you, Tanvir. Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be amongst all of you. So do I get a clicker or? Thank you. Yeah, so I'm Gabriel Sadoun. I'm with DigiShares. We're a white label tokenization platform, mainly focused on the real estate space. So we serve real estate developers, funds, crowdfunding apps, and investment portals with a tech stack that enables them to tokenize, onboard and manage investors, and provide secondary trading solutions for their investors. And in Q3 of this year, we're launching realestate.exchange, which we're going to try to make the go-to marketplace, secondary marketplace for tokenized real estate shares. So we've heard a lot about liquidity. From our view, it's the biggest pain point in the real estate investment space. Every time I'm on intro calls, that's the number one pain point. I thought it'd be interesting to look at can we quantify this illiquidity discount? And it turns out that we can. First of all, what's an illiquidity discount? To help understand the concept, let's think of someone that offers you two different investments. It's two identical buildings, one across the street from the other. In the first building, you can exit your investment after 1 year lockup period if you want to. And in the second building, you're stuck for 7 or 10 years. Which one are you going to choose? You're going to choose the first one. Or you're going to say, I could be interested in the second one, but I want a much lower price because I'm taking more risk of being locked in. So that's the illiquidity discount. And so there have been studies, two types of studies, restricted stock studies and pre-IPO studies. The restricted stock studies look at listed securities, so shares on the New York Stock Exchange. And then are there identical shares that are not listed? Of the same company can happen. The company can decide to do an unlisted, unregistered issuance of securities to save money, and look at the differential in valuation between both. And the pre-IPO is you look at the price of shares a few months before the IPO and compare it to the price at the moment of IPO. So what the restricted stock studies post-1990 show is a 20% differential compared to net asset value. And pre-IPO studies, if you look at 0 to 3 months before the IPO, it's a 19.3 difference. So very similar. So we can say with confidence that the illiquidity discount is at least around 19-20%. And if you look at real estate, which is a $300 trillion market, it's the largest asset class in the world. I mean, that is trillions of dollars that are being left on the table by sellers of shares in real estate. So that hopefully helps quantify a little bit. And so what do we do about it? We think blockchain is the solution, and tokenization, you all know. On-chain, you can trade in fractions without borders, almost zero cost, instantaneous settlement, wallet to wallet, which means there's no intermediary fees, and without counterparty risk, thanks to atomic swap smart contracts, where basically a transaction can't execute unless both sides are successful independently. And so what does this infrastructure enable? So if you look on the institutional side, it's going to bring a tectonic shift. And the shift is real estate assets will go from level 3 under IFRS 13 to level 2 and maybe one day level 1. So what do I mean by that? IFRS 13 is international accounting standards for the valuation of assets. It goes from, you have level 1, 2, 3. Level 1, the most liquid, stock in Apple, for example. There's a market, massive trading, there's a price, there's full clarity. Level 3, there's no market. To provide a valuation, you have to build an Excel model and with assumptions and all that. And the problem with level 3 is that you have massive cash requirements that you have to keep. You have audit requirements. So it's a burden. If I'm a pension fund and I want to allocate to real estate, and real estate is level 3, it's a massive burden. I can't allocate as much as I would want to potentially. And level 2, you're somewhere in the middle. There's a market with some trading activity, but just not at level 1. And so if we can push real estate to level 2 and maybe one day level 1, thanks to this tokenized trading infrastructure, that means that all of the institutions in the world can allocate more to this asset class. So that would be a massive shift. And then if you look on the retail side, you have Rule 144, which in the US, it's SEC rule. It says after 1 year lockup period, basically, accredited investors, institutional investors can sell to retail investors. So this rule exists, but there hasn't been until now an infrastructure that enables you to take advantage of that and democratize the asset class. So increased institutional participation, increased retail participation. Yeah, so this is just to summarize. With tokenization, you can increase liquidity without having to go public. And why do you want to avoid going public? It's very costly. It takes a lot of time. So the securities remain issued under a private, in private form, but you can increase their liquidity. All right, so so there's this great infrastructure. All right, great. There are potential benefits. Is there any demand for this? If you look at real estate investment trusts, they're wildly popular. They've grown very quickly over the years. There is huge demand from Americans for, Americans want to invest in real estate. And the first option that they've had to invest in a liquid form of real estate is real estate investment trusts. And that has grown, very quickly, as you can see on the chart on the left. And we think that tokenization is sort of the evolution of that. You can for sure tokenize a private REIT, for example, but in many cases, you can just set up an LLC or an LP and not have to go through the burden of setting up a REIT, which can be costly and which has a lot of requirements, like you have to distribute 90% of profits, for example. So you can't set things up exactly as you want. And REITs are very large funds, and maybe you want to pinpoint a specific asset, like right over there across the street that you think has a lot of potential. So tokenization offers that granularity that REITs also do not offer. But in any case, REITs will still be around for a very long time, and you can enhance a private REIT by tokenizing it and enabling the trading. I'll get back to that point after. And obviously, the second trend is people are adopting wallets. They want a different financial system, more easier to interact with, and more open. And so the convergence of both means, in our opinion, that there will be a lot of demand for tokenized real estate shares. So that's why we're building realestate.exchange. This is, we're looking to launch in Q3 of this year. It is a partnership it's starting in the US with a partnership with Texture Capital, which is a US FINRA registered broker-dealer and SEC-registered alternative trading system. What that means is they have the license that enables this to be compliant. So we're integrating with them. We're providing the front end, basically the whole platform, the smart contract technology, and we're integrating via API with them. And yeah, we're looking to make this the main place where tokenized real estate shares will be trading. And so to give you an example of how this all ties together, let's take an example of a private REIT that I just mentioned. If you want to, so this is as opposed to a public REIT that's traded on something like the New York Stock Exchange. And so it's more difficult for investors to achieve liquidity in a private REIT as of today. So if you want to change that, you could tokenize it. So the way it would work, you would use a tokenization platform to re-onboard your investors. They would create an account. They would connect their wallet. They can bring any self-custodial wallet they want. And you, the issuer, would mint tokens on a blockchain and send them to your investors. And if they've already been through KYC, you don't have to do that twice. So then the current investor has the tokens. I'm sorry that we can't see the lines here more clearly, but so if the investor wants to sell, they go to realestate.exchange, create an account there, and place a sell order. Then let's say you have a bunch of small investors like myself, the new investors that are interested in becoming fractional investors in the private REIT. We place a buy order. When there's a match, we lock our wallets into a smart contract, and the transaction happens seamlessly. I send the USDC, I receive the tokens, and that's it. And the cap table is always in sync because the data is coming from the blockchain. And so the integration with Texture Capital, you can see, ensures compliance of all this. So they have all of their compliance obligations with the SEC. And so they handle everything in the back end. Because there are some solutions out there where you can see that it's possible to trade real estate on chain, but sometimes it's a bit unclear what the regulatory framework is. And you may see some offshore options for this. But we want to make sure it's US compliant. And yeah, we'll of course look to expand to other jurisdictions. And so yeah, we think there are a lot of synergies with our DigiShares offering. On the DigiShares side, we have clients ranging from crowdfunding apps that are tokenizing apartments worth 100,000 euros in Spain to multifamily real estate developers, some of the largest in the UAE, and large companies in Texas, for example, that are developing large multifamily assets. And we hope that this can be a solution for all of those types of assets and for retail as well as institutional investors. So yeah, that's it for my presentation. Yeah, thank you. We can take questions. Yeah, all right, thank you. Thank you. What online APIs are you using? Texture Capital. So they provide APIs. We communicate like the transaction data, the KYC information of the investors trading, and basically we need their green light to effectuate the trade and to make sure that that everything is compliant, basically. And they run also a due diligence on the issuer itself. Yeah. So the accreditation check is actually done beforehand at the moment of the primary issuance for the current investors. So that can be done through the DigiShares platform, for example, with an integration with Verify Investor. That's Verify Investor. That all they do is do accredited investor checks. So that happens on there. Then if, first, I don't think there will be, but if, let's say, on the exchange, you wanted to restrict trading to accredited investors, we could imagine a scenario where a new accredited investor comes in and would go through that verify investor process there. But I think, the idea is on realestate.exchange, it'll be opened up to anybody, because after that, the 1 year lockup, anybody can participate, basically.
So it'll be security tokens that these tokens will be security tokens compliant with Reg D or Reg CF, those kind of tokens?
Yeah, so the primary issuance, indeed, is done under an SEC exemption, mainly Reg D, Reg S, is what we're seeing. Because those two enable issuers to raise unlimited amounts. And there are a lot of accredited investors in the US, and a lot of foreigners that want to invest in US real estate. And I think, so some would say, yeah, but that it's not really democratization if US retail can't participate. My answer to that would be, if you look at public markets today, the stock market, let's take Facebook, for example. The first checks were not written by small investors, but then as the investment was de-risked and grew and did the IPO, then the masses can come. So it's kind of, it could be an advantage to have a system where you still have the professional investors, some would call them smart money, investing first, de-risking the asset a bit, and then on a secondary market, that's where the retail investors can come in.
Thank you. Congratulations, best of luck.
Thank you.
Hi, how do you price the real estate? Somebody's doing transactions. How do you determine the valuation?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So on the primary issuance side, the issuer has full control at what valuation they want to offer. They will obviously have to back that with appraisals, a business plan, to justify their valuation. But then once it starts trading, if they want it to trade, then it's the market that decides. And so what the issuer can do is provide, monthly or quarterly cash flow statement updates. If there's a new appraisal, yearly appraisal that's done, they provide that. So it'll be kind of like a 10K or a 10Q, the equivalent, but for tokenized real estate. So you do have to communicate information about the asset so that investors can make an informed decision. Yes, sir.
Hi there. Well, first of all, congratulations on the exchange. Secondly, I have a supply side question. How do you lock the title associated with the real estate property when it's actually floating against a token and there's no connection between the two?
Yeah, really good question too. So as of today, the way this is done is through a legal entity. So you have a Wyoming is like the most friendly Web3, jurisdiction in the US. So you have a Wyoming LLC, for example, or LP that owns the title, and what you're tokenizing are the shares of the entity. Now, in the future, what would be ideal is if each local jurisdiction, the counties, could, instead of having a registry that's paper or like in their own database, they could mint titles as NFTs on chain directly. Now, we were just talking about this with someone before. That's the holy grail, but the truth is that in many jurisdictions, like in France, where I grew up, the local government gets most of the notary fees. So the 5% fee on every real estate transaction, that's actually how local governments get most of their financing. So it's going to be very hard to disrupt that. But hopefully we will. There were some pilot projects done in I think some counties in the US. Maybe so Gary, one of our legal partners, just arrived. He'll be speaking after, so maybe he'll be able to answer on that as well. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Oh, one more. Yeah. We're starting on Ethereum and the Ethereum ecosystem. but ultimately we want to expand. There was one of the co-founders of Polymath was in the room and asking a question. We're a partner with Polymesh as well. So, you know, many different blockchain options that we can offer. And we're gonna, in the future, look to expand realestate.exchange as it grows and include as many as we can. Well, that's the big question. That's the $1 trillion question. I don't know. You know, it's going to take years, maybe decades, for it to like really go down to close to 0 or 5%. But you know, little by little, we can nibble on it, which, yeah, will be still a lot of money. Yeah. Yeah, so there are a couple fees. There's a listing fee charged to the issuer, a small, you know, one-time fee, a small monthly fee to, you know, as long as it's listed, you pay a small monthly fee for the maintenance and all that. And then there's a 1% fee charged to investors, not the issuer. So yeah, if you compare it to a secondary transaction today in real estate, where it has to go through a broker, you have to get the lawyer involved, an escrow banker, and you know, the discount, what we've heard is, you know, sometimes I've heard a real estate developer tell me, yeah, sometimes it's like 40% because someone really wants the transaction to get done, and it's like hard to find a buyer. And so, yeah, those are some of the horror stories that we've heard. So yeah, hopefully we can get that way down. Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Gabriel. So this was a two-part talk on tokenization in real estate. The second part we'll cover the legal aspects of it. Gary, I know you drove down from Monterey, probably ended up at the wrong 103 Montgomery, huh? But that happened? Okay, yeah, you know, I've been here 7 or 8 times in the last 18 months, and yeah, I just plug in Edge and Node, and it brings me here, right? So I'm sorry that happened. I'll give feedback to the host. We're very appreciative of they opening up their facility to us. It's a nice facility, but yeah, sorry about what happened with the 103 Montgomery. Yeah, it's happened to more than a few people. Even, you know, our photographer for the day had the same issue. So Gary, don't feel too bad, but you're here. I think we're ready to go. So Gary has, you know, he's served in the United States Armed Forces as a veteran. Thank you for your service to the country. And 20 years, you know, in legal, running his own firm. So he's at this intersection of, you know, legal, technology and real estate, right? So if you could curtail your presentation a little bit, we're a little bit on time. So without further ado, let's bring up Gary Romel from Alamo Law.
Thank you, Denver. Appreciate you, sir. Thanks. I made it. Yeah, as he mentioned, I was in the military. I used to fly an AWACS aircraft in the Air Force, and I ran the airborne computer networks and put out fires. So I'm a little familiar with the cryptography. I was learning this back in the day before I think civilians started to put use to it. So now as in law, I started to segue to securities law and kind of everything's blockchain. To the legal process, to plugging in with DigiShares on the back end with their systems to work seamlessly for US investors of any kind of asset. But real estate is kind of one of those first assets people are thinking about tokenizing, right? Because it just makes sense. The whole world is going to filter through real estate, and the financial systems are catching up. So there's a lot of text here, and he said abbreviate it. So just give me a tap on the watch if I'm too slow. But there's a lot of text because this is meant to be put later. So the sort of a basic process overview, right? If you're tokenizing real estate, you need to do it in some kind of an entity. And if you've been doing this before, you're used to that. Some people are used to partnerships, LLCs, corporations, LLCs. We have new entities to talk about, DOEs and DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations in specific states, Tennessee, Wyoming, Massachusetts, Utah is coming in with some really good legislations, New Hampshire. So there's various states that you want to look at. What state can I tokenize my cap table at and not run into a problem with state authorities, right? Step 2, of course, you know, we've got a managing entity at top. Sometimes it's not just one entity. we'll have a managing entity, then we'll form a specific purpose vehicle that will hold the real estate, because you might have, you know, several real estate assets and you want to spread out your liability. If somebody trips and falls in one apartment complex, they're not suing you over the other apartment complex. So we like to diversify that structure. Step 3, security token offering. All right, you've got your entity, you've got your managing entity. Now we're going to execute a securities offering. Legal paperwork, financial statements, and of course, picking the blockchain of choice, and liquidity, which Gabriel just touched on with secondary trading. So the SEC chicken eye is upon you. That's you always to remember, especially in this industry, the government is watching, right? And if you've got a crypto project or a blockchain project, it may sound the same to them. It may go through that same filter of the chicken eye is opening up and they hear blockchain and they see red, right? And they're coming for you. So we need to make sure on the legal end that we're dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's, because if they take a really close look, we want to be sure everything is going to be okay. And they're going to look at the Howey test. Is this a security? You know, first of all, a token representing equity interest in an LLC or a corporation is a security by default. A safe, a lot of people like to use safes. And I think of a safe as just kicking a can down the road, you know, because we're going to have to figure it out later and everybody wants to toss around valuations of companies, but we're really just kicking the can, but it's still security. We still have to do our securities paperwork. We still need to worry about material omissions and misstatements, and a convertible note is also a security. Selling an entire house to one person? Maybe not, right? Have anybody heard of Proppy? I think they're a Palo Alto startup. They do real estate transactions. So I'm selling an entire house to another person. Now I'm just transferring title from a token, not necessarily a security, but as soon as you put it on exchange and start trying to trade it, the chicken eye's back on you, right? So you've really got to be concerned about, is it a security or not? And that's where I come in, right? The first consultation we'll discuss, yes, this is a security, and we're going to go down that road. So here's the thing. If it's a security, we think of full registration, IPO. We're going on the NASDAQ, we're going public. That's very expensive and time consuming. So that's one way. The other way is selling under an exemption from registration. So there are multiple exemptions to registration. We'll dig into them here in a minute. Anything else is unlawful. There's no middle ground. It's either an exception, or it's a registered security, or it's illegal. Full IPO is expensive. As I said, exemptions from registration, regulation D, S, CF, and A+. All right, now this is where we'll shorten it up. So this is just to kind of make you a little bit dizzy of all the things that I have to be concerned with. We're structuring an unregistered offering. It's practical to do so. There's less time and expense. There's less disclosure requirements. There's less dependence on public demand for trading. And there's a limited exposure to liability under Section 2 specifically. Sometimes a registered offering is better. Sometimes you want to go big. Sometimes you have the money. So that's something to discuss with your attorney. Hopefully it's myself if you need one when the time comes. STO versus a Regulation D. So security token offering. Again, we're talking about instead of a stock certificate, or most people use uncertificated stock, so it's just a file on your lawyer's computer that says you own the stock. We're doing a security token, so you're getting keys to a system to track your security on the blockchain. Like DigiShares will plug you into Ethereum, Polymesh, whatever sort of a chain you would like to use. There are 3 categories of limited offerings under Regulation D. There's a lot of people use 506B. And then there's sort of a 2-step dance. You have to get in the door. I have to get to know you for a few months, and then you go, and then you can just check off on being an accredited investor, or we can do 35 or less unaccredited investors. 506C is really where we're going. The SEC came up with 506C because they want you to be able to advertise. They want you to be able to take out a LinkedIn post, a Facebook post, and advertise your offering, your real estate tokenization on social media. The difference being between 506C and B is that you can advertise, yes, but you now need to take reasonable steps to make sure, to verify that investor is accredited. Now, in the present time, an accredited investor has to have $1 million in assets or $200,000 or $300,000 in income, depending if they're married or not. And that has to be verified through either credit statements, W-2s, or you can get a third-party letter from their accountant or their attorney. And that's the best thing to do, is get a third-party letter, because that helps you meet better the safe harbor provision and sort of covers your butt if something goes wrong and they were trying to falsify documents that you had somebody else third party verified. So a lot of times we'll be talking about 506C, 506B, again, just to review, you can only have 35 or less non-accredited investors. So if you're going for more investors, it's not even going to be an option. And you can't be publicly advertising directly for these investors like you can with a click to buy on your website. 504 is 10 million or less. Again, that's not really used as much. There we go. Bad actor disqualification. A lot of people don't think to check themselves. So I had somebody come to me. They were a client. Their previous attorney had pretended to be an attorney, and he had started to use their identity documents for frauds or scams. Now, he was taken down by the SEC and the IRS almost simultaneously later, but this was years later after those clients' identities were stolen and maybe used in fraudulent schemes. So even if you don't think you're a bad actor, even if you think, oh, my business partner is the nicest, best guy in the world, he's very trustworthy, y'all are very trustworthy, not a problem. Still check, because you never know if somebody took your identity and did something nefarious, and now you're going to have to fight getting off a bad boy list to just do business and keep your things going. So that's something to look out for. Offshore transactions, Regulation S, say somebody wants to raise money for real estate for a United States company. We can raise money from foreign investors, Regulation S, without having to worry about US regulation or file anything with SEC. But we do have to worry about the foreign country's domiciled law. So if somebody calls me from India, I had a guy the other day, well, yes, let's interface with Indian counsel and make sure when we list it, the stock there, that it's fine. Another thing with Regulation S is you can't really cultivate the US market. So you can't be taking out advertisements in English and having traffic directed to your US website for a Regulation S offering, because you're cultivating that market. In fact, I recommend my clients, if they're doing a Regulation S, they firewall that website or any website offering from US IP addresses. So it's blocked. There was one company that was fined, I think, $800,000, $900,000 just because it wasn't blocked and people were able to get to the website. The SEC thinks if it's online, it's accessible, even if you're not telling people where it is. If it's there, it's there. Reg S conditions, again, offshore transaction, the person it's not made available to them, and there's no directed selling efforts in the United States. And those are the two biggest key points. Reg A plus. So Reg A plus is kind of a nice in between private equity, Regulation D, and going a full IPO. Regulation A allows a tier 2, specifically, there's tier 1 and tier 2. Tier 2 gets us in the preemption zone, meaning we don't have to worry about state law specifically. If I do a tier 1, I have to worry about getting qualified for that offering in each individual state that investors are found or that I want to advertise that offering. So Regulation A is a very nice step. It's still considered a public offering, so it can be made to non-accredited investors. And you don't, for private equity, I don't have to use a broker-dealer as an issuer. I also don't have to use an exchange. I can use a platform like DigiShares and I can just say, all right, here's my client. I'm going to put a website, I'm going to put a button on their website and they can advertise their own website, and somebody goes and clicks that button and they're to that Regulation A offering. Take all the information, sign the documents, and transfer the token, and we're good. So you don't have to pay. A lot of the reasons I got into blockchain as a lawyer is to cut out the middlemen. I understand as a lawyer, I'm sort of a middleman, but I'm becoming a little less necessary with AI as it goes on. We do use AI with client permission, and I'm able to bring down my fees with AI, and I've written AI programs to sort of just read my documents. ChatGPT's upgrading, of course, so now they have bots that do it before I programmed it. Wasted a little time with LangChain, but I'm okay. So it's fine. So Reg A is a really nice thing. A lot of firms will charge maybe $100,000, $150,000 for Reg A. We started a $65,000 flat fee. You go over page limits, hours, then it gets more expensive, but that's pretty reasonable to put it on a chain. The paperwork, a lot of times we'll start with the Reg D and a Reg S, and then we'll work our way up later. Flat fee for that, some lawyers start at $30,000. I do a D and an S for about $15,000. And then if you do a Regulation D or Regulation A later, we deduct that 15, so it's $50,000. But Reg A is a very nice option. This isn't really available to foreign issuers. So if you're a guy that has a company in India or somewhere else, it has to be a US company and US domiciled folks. There's exceptions for Canadians with an attorney letter that's friendly. Reg CF, that's regulation crowdfunding. So if you're looking to raise less than $5 million for something, then a CF portal is a good option. Now, it has to be through a CF portal. This isn't the case where I can just put something on the client's website. I have to go through a CF portal, and they're going to take a percentage of money off the top. Now, I do have a relationship. One of the CF portals is Republic. I know their senior counsel. I have their templates, and he can shave some points if you go through me. So we can help you with that, and we can also do them simultaneously. I can do a regulation CF and a regulation D and an S and an A at the same time. They changed this called integration doctrine a few years back, so we can take multiple approaches if somebody wants to do that. And crowdfunding, it's a public offering, so they don't have to be an accredited investor or anything like that. So liability for non-compliance with an exemption. So obviously this is thick, but there is just a lot of problems. At the end of the day, there can be criminal and civil liability. So you can lose all your money and you can go to jail if it's not structured right. So we want to make sure that, number one, you're just being really honest with your investors. Like when we're doing a disclosure document, it's not the time for fluff. Hey, we're going to make trillions of dollars. Here's our forecast. It's extremely optimistic. No, we're going to put all the fine print in bold and say, you could lose all your money or whatever the situation is. At the end of the day, it just has to be very blunt, very straightforward, and the risk analysis has to be very thorough on what the actual problems are. Environmental problems, the US, we're having political problems, all sorts of issues have to be put down because Murphy's Law, anything that can go wrong will, and you don't want to overpromise and underdeliver as a startup especially. Secondary transactions. This is another trouble area. It's either a FINRA for private equity, for public offering, it's obviously NASDAQ, New York Stock Exchange. For a private offering, you're either using a FINRA registered ATS or you're in big trouble. And DigiShares, they've been working on this real estate exchange. They've been plugging in with Texture Capital. We've been talking to these guys about this for a while now, so we can make this happen with blockchain all the time, and that we can get down those ATS fees so there's not such a gouge on secondary transactions. So rule 144, there's a lot of rules for resale. And we'll keep going through. This is the most standard rule for resale. At the end of the day, there's a 6 or 12-month holding period. So if you're selling private equity, you don't want to sell it and then turn around and resell it, or somebody could be considered an underwriter or distributor unlawfully. And that's a big problem. So we look for this holding period. Non-affiliate sellers can do it. If you're an affiliate, there's a problem. There's a form 144 that has to be filed with SEC if you're an affiliate. If not, we do that. But the tokens can be programmed. The nice thing about the new token standards is that we can program a holding period into them. So they can't be transferred unless you want them to be transferred. So there won't be any funny business. So that's a simple thing to do, but it just has to be kept in mind. And again, these just talk about the other 4A1.5 was sort of a fiction, like the Harry Potter, the one in between where you walk through and you hit your head, and they just sort of make it up as they go along. And they codified 4A1.5. One of my partners was on the Hill working with the congressman to get 4A7 done. And that's just a solidified exemption for yeah, that's just an official exemption that we don't really use as much. We'll just click through these. I don't think you need to read all of it, but I can put this on later. 144A for QIBs, qualified institutional buyers. If you're a big company, more than 5-10 million in the bank, we can do different paperwork. Let's see. This side now. Yeah, 4A17, yep, 4A17, yeah, basically if you're an accredited investor under 4A7, you can be resold to within 6 months. You don't have to worry about it. Rule 144, after the 6 month or a year, you don't have to be an accredited investor. And that's sort of the line where it's going to make a difference for liquidity into the market. Oh, other side. Cool. All right. Another thing to watch out for, we think about the Securities Acts and securities laws, but a lot of people don't think about the Investment Company Act. And so if I'm a company and I'm holding stock in a company that I'm not owning as a majority owner, holder, controller, and that starts to make up a good percentage of my assets, I think 40 to 45%, then I'm an investment company and I'm an unregistered investment company. I'm going to be shut down and fined into oblivion. So those are things to watch. There's exceptions, 3C1 if you have 100 or less investors, right, in a company. 3C5, it is an exemption for real estate specifically. So if a certain portion of your real estate holdings, and you have, subsidiary companies that are being held by a majority company, but if those companies are real estate companies, then as soon as a good percentage of those assets are real estate, then you're fine. So we want to make sure 3C7 is like institution. Another thing to watch is OFAC, Office of Foreign Assets Control, right? Office of Foreign Assets Control is the US Treasury Department. They have what's called an SDN list, or Sanctioned Designated Nationals list. And so anytime you're selling a US security, or you're having a person start a business and you're buying a security, you need to make sure that nobody on that list is involved. We have things built in with DigiShares on the platform. We can check those lists in KYC. They call it Know Your Customer Anti-Money Laundering Procedures. And so you take your picture and the software checks you against those lists in real time. And then hopefully if you pop up on a list, that software is rescanning your ID and notifying the issuer for that. These change all the time. There's different sanctions for entire countries. China, for example, has like military industrial complex sanctions. So it may be just fine, say, if somebody's affiliated with the Ministry of Chinese Culture, that could be fine. But if they're associated with the Ministry of Defense, not fine. Or if they're working with a company that is known to be funded by the Ministry of Defense, they're making bullets, they're making bombs, they're making guns, Chinese military sanctions, right? So we always have to be checking what's going on in the world. The world is terrible, so we've got to watch out. CTFC. So we got to look at the Commodities Futures Trading Commissions. A lot of people, we're talking real estate, but some people come to me and say, hey, I want to tokenize diamonds. I want to tokenize oil. That's when we have to worry about commodities. And of course, the CTFC is now getting involved in, cryptocurrency and things like that. So yeah, OFAC, civil and criminal liability. If you let a sanctioned person in your company as an investor, manager, founder, there could be criminal sanctions. And this could be strict liability. Strict liability means that even if you don't know about the law, you're still responsible for the consequences. So this is sort of an area of law where it's good to have an attorney. I may be one of the necessary middlemen for now, till AI gets a lot better. But you really want to watch for that. And I think that's it. I think I sped through that pretty well. Any questions? Yeah.
So just want to quickly talk about EB5 investing and tokenization, as well as Opportunity Zone Fund, which has a much more streamlined approach to raising a fund. Have you seen any examples on digital assets platform?
For EB5?
EB5 or Opportunity Zone Fund?
Yeah, it's interesting. So I'm just about to start an EB5 practice myself. And I'm just researching that as far as that intersect. And I think there's an extremely big intersect there because EB5 compared to what I'm used to tangling with isn't that complicated as a regulation. It's just a matter of what we can and can't do. And for EB5, the money has to be put at risk, right? It can't be just, hey, it's a debt, it's a loan. It has to be you're buying equity that's a risky and a new proposition. So that's definitely something good to look out for. And that's one thing I'll be building next to myself.
Any further questions? Yeah, take it outside. Sorry, Gary, we're a little bit over the time. Aman, you and Sonia ready? All right. So now we switch from all right, we switch from real estate to climate and sustainability. We have Aman. Okay, I'll turn it over to Aman and Sonia. Sorry? You can introduce. So we have Aman and Sonia joining us. Aman, serial entrepreneur. He's also advisor and investor to multiple startups. A few years ago, he had a successful exit. Now, for the last about 3 years, he's been running the NFT brewery, and they're doing some really cool things in Web3 in Web3 and using blockchain technology. And joining him is Sonia Chawla. Great experience, ex-PagerDuty. Now she is SVP heading sales strategy and operations at the Climate Impact Partners, right? Did I get it right? At Climate Impact Partners. So they're going to talk about sustainability and what's going on with Web3. We also have a guest speaker who will be joining us remotely. I'll let Aman introduce them. So without further ado, let's give it up to them. Thank you. I'll take this up.
Well, thanks, Tanvir. Thanks for having us. And it seems like a pretty interesting panel to be part of. And to just give you a little bit of a background about myself, I'm Aman Johar, the founder of the NFT Brewery. And what we're doing is pretty interesting because we are bringing new revenue channels and opportunities to enterprises. And the way we do it is using AI to surface good data from the enterprise databases and putting it on chain to make it transactional. And the transactional part is where it intersects with the real world when you're trying to buy and sell real world assets. And in keeping with that line, what we've realizing is that the NFT part of it starts to become a little bit of a limitation outside of this room. So we are changing the name to a company that'll be now called Data Curve. And it'll be happening soon. So very excited about that. But to kick off the panel here, I do have here with me Sonia, who's with the Climate Impact Partners, and also Dave Timms, who's the co-founder of another company called Carbon CX. And Dave is based in Calgary, so it's probably from a good to not have him here and contribute to a larger carbon footprint. So we have him online. So without further ado, I'll let Sonia introduce herself and quickly Dave as well after that.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I was impressed. Both of them didn't turn back at the screen to see the name of my company, right? Climate Impact Partners is not something you hear often in this room. So I've worked in software for about 10 years in Bay Area, and very recently I started working with Climate Impact Partners. That's we work with big projects to make sure there's opportunity to offset the damage that we are doing to our climate. I mean, that I'll talk more about it because some of Aman's questions kind of elicit that a little bit more. But as Jack said, I'm in that 10 years of enterprise SaaS space. And instead of going to the direction that some of you guys did, right, to blockchain, more sophisticated tech stuff, I moved back to slightly more what I'll say close to the earth piece as we talk about. So that's my story.
Dave, you're on next.
Well, my background is capital markets, primarily worked in energy markets specifically for the last 25 years of my career. So I have firsthand experience with a lot of the high methane producers and oil sands projects that occur here in Canada. So been there, seen them, and aware of the implications of our global demand for oil and trying to manage carbon reduction efforts as well. So a lot of interesting things going on here in Canada from both a energy transition perspective, as well as a lot of energy transformation where we're trying to revamp our power generating grid from being coal-fired to certainly less intensive use of methane for power generation, and then also conversion to solar and other renewables like wind.
Excellent. So I know there were a few questions in the previous panels about environment, sustainability, et cetera. So why don't we turn it over to Sonia? And Sonia, what's your journey been into the environmental space? And I think it would be interesting from an audience perspective to know a little bit about the value chain of how you guys are looking at carbon assets and investing in projects that are carbon neutral and so on and so forth, because that's where exactly the real world starts to intersect with technology. And that'd be a good way to kick off the conversation here.
Maybe let's start with what's a carbon offset, right? What does a carbon offset mean? So very real, Aman and I commuted here in a vehicle. We saved some pollution because we were carpooling, and Dave didn't. But if all three of us landed here, we'll be emitting carbon in the atmosphere. What a carbon offset project does is it looks at corresponding opportunities to either avoid an emission, and we can go into a little bit more detail later, or remove a carbon from the atmosphere. There are two different kinds of projects. So what we work together is these kind of projects are developed in a lot of places in the world. We are close to about 30 countries that we work together with our project partners with. And while we get to the more complicated terminology of net zero, where we are not emitting any carbon in the atmosphere, where all of us evolve to that kind of, status in life or that evolve, we help companies, the emissions that they cannot avoid today or cannot remove today, how do we offset them to places at other places? And maybe that's a good point to pause here, Aman, for your next question.
So, and I know that as a company, you have set an audacious goal of removing 1 billion tons of carbon by certain time, I think 2030, right? So, so is this all based on removing carbon from the atmosphere, or is it also avoidance of carbon?
It's definitely both. And the reason is when it's like a crawl, walk, run approach, right? You cannot be a high jumper. And it's us as a company or us as a society, for that matter, as a civilization. We cannot stop emitting carbon tomorrow. And neither can we just extract all the carbon and reduce the 1 degree Celsius temperature that we increased in the last 100 years or so. Both of them are not going to be a one-step process. So we do both removal and avoidance. And we work with project partners of both kinds, which means some of them, and if I can point to Aman, what you and I were discussing in our conversation together, you showed us a very sophisticated portal of renewable energy on the chain, right? And that will be a typical example of an avoidance project. If somebody was using a fossil fuel generated energy for that, instead of that, they start using energy generated from a renewable source, they're avoiding that carbon emission. And that's an avoidance project. And we partner with a lot of projects in the world to make solar panels happen or those kind of things happen across in places which are developing today. And therefore, the level of energy there is far less. And we can start the journey right? If there's 1.7 billion people in China, 1 billion people in India, about 2-3 billion people in Africa, which are just starting their journey on developing or development and getting access to energy for it. So why don't we just start that right?
Sure. And Dave, you've spent the last so many years looking at and working with projects of all different kinds, not just in solar, but I also know about your hydrogen pursuits and other things. So as somebody championing new technology in the space, how are you looking at the voluntary carbon reduction markets?
Well, it's interesting because I got involved in this whole carbon initiative as a result of some inquiries I was getting when I was doing some energy consulting, and I was assisting a independent power producer here to convert their coal-fired fleet to natural gas. And somebody started to ask me about carbon markets, given my market experience. And once I got into analyzing the various aspects of both compliance or more regulated carbon markets and also what's going on in voluntary markets, I realized that it was way more complicated and way more opaque than I would have thought. We've been at this for 25 years now in voluntary markets, and I was struggling to figure out what was going on. So whenever I see challenges like that, I also see a business opportunity to clearly make it easier to encourage participation in the market, especially amongst smaller and medium-sized businesses that right now are being asked a lot of times as a result of supply chain requirements. For example, you're running a small trucking company, you're providing services to a large company that has a well-documented, well-stated carbon reduction strategy, and they're saying, okay, tell us what your scope 1 emissions are, your direct emissions from your trucking operation. And they are struggling to be able to articulate what that position is from a carbon emissions perspective. So we created Carbon CX to really assist a whole range of enterprises in being able to accurately record what their carbon reductions are, report on them, and then assist them ultimately with the monetization. And by using digital tools and expertise that you bring with your experience, Aman, we've tried to reduce the friction in the business, because right now carbon markets are consultant heavy. They are, there's a lot of, as I said, opacity in terms of what the customer knows versus what the principals in the market know. And by creating more transparency, we create more efficiency, reduce costs, and hopefully garner more participation across all levels of carbon reduction efforts.
Yeah. So you used a couple of terms there, opacity and transparency, right? Those are, I think, in today's world, desirable traits to have more transparency as opposed to opacity.
Correct.
From that perspective, what, and also a little bit earlier in the session, we heard from somebody that almost 95% of Vera generated assets last year were deemed not truthful in a way, right? So what is Carbon CX doing differently? And if you can answer that without using the word Web3, that would be awesome.
Well, certainly what we're trying to do is utilize data and really focusing on projects that are utilizing technology, generating data, and how can we accurately record that data, store that data, analyze that data in terms of what the carbon reduction impact is, and then ultimately transparently report on it. So, there's a lot of different carbon projects that have come under scrutiny. A lot of those are related to, long life projects, forestry projects, for example, afforestation, where they're planting new forests where forests didn't exist. Those are difficult to assess what the true carbon reduction impact is, and often those projects are associated with some of the terms that that Sonia and I hate to hear, which is greenwashing and things like that. But clearly, if we can be focused on data and we can get that data from source, and if analyze that data as quickly and as accurately as possible, then we're able to reduce the go-to-market time between when a project is actually, a solar farm, for example, is displaced a dirty coal-fired grid, reduced the power requirements from the grid, replaced it with on-site solar. We record the hours that the solar is operating, do the calculation on what the carbon reduction impact is, and seamlessly then take that all the way through to the ultimate creation of the carbon credit.
Awesome. So let me shift gears to Sonia here, right? So Dave, you talked a lot about the data side of it. Now the question is, when I started to look at these carbon markets, to me, it seemed like a ton of carbon is a ton of carbon, right? And it should be priced the same anywhere in the world on any exchange and so on and so forth. But turns out it is not, right? It really depends on a number of factors that go into pricing these assets differently, and avoidance versus replacement. That's probably one side of it. Can you shed more light on how these things are priced in the market today, Sonia?
Sure. So Dave talked a little bit about the journey of a carbon credit, a typical avoidance carbon credit, right? Once you have electricity or power generation, which is a lot more easy to calculate. And this was a complex step that he explained. This is the easier thing to calculate because you can see how long is a solar panel running and how much electricity was getting consumed.
Right.
This is an avoidance credit. We're going to use that kind of power, which is going to come from a fossil energy source, and we're moving to a renewable source. The other side, which Dave hinted at, it's a lot more complex calculation. You're saying is, let's say the forest cover, I'm making these numbers up. In United States is about 10%, and we deforest at the rate of 5% per year, and therefore the carbon that was going to be absorbed by that 5% or 0.5% of trees is now going to be emitted. And then you have a forestry project, which takes the trees, if it is redwood, probably takes 300 trees. If you're having a simpler tree, it takes them 25 to 30 years to grow to a maturity. So you're doing a very sophisticated calculation saying, I'm planting this many seeds, this many trees will grow in a soil of this kind, and therefore they'll absorb this much carbon from the atmosphere, and that's the value of offsets getting generated. There are a lot of assumptions in that model, which is typical of a lot of assumptions in any asset model. When you're doing financial analyst, in my past life, I was a financial analyst. I was doing financial valuations. these kind of models are super complex. And then you're throwing Mother Nature's vagaries in, right? Sometimes it rains, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the soil is this kind or that kind. So that is why evaluating carbon offset is a very sophisticated predictive science, which requires experts. There are soil experts. So those kind of things contribute to the price differences. That's one. That's an avoidance offset is easy to price, more standardized, the energy ones. The removal offsets, forests, afforestation, reforestation, have different prices. The third thing that comes in the picture is most of the projects that we're talking about also have some impact on the society, what's called UN's social development goals. And most carbon project developers, because of the markets they operate in, if I'm working in Africa, I'm looking at, is my project increasing the livelihood of the society? Am I planting a forest with some fruits which the farmers can sell? And there's additional value to that project. So there's a very layered space of how a project is evaluated. And then there's a supply and demand equation, because you need to offset where you are generating and whether enough credits available or not. So those are.
And these pricing variations are not minimal, right? So a ton of avoidance credit is probably $5 a ton, but a ton of reduction credit can be as high as $100 a ton. So companies really need to think about what they're doing in terms of their ESG strategies. And Dave, that's where I want to pivot to next is, given these variations, what are you seeing when you're talking to your customers and potential companies working with? How are they looking at their carbon reduction and net zero strategies?
Well, it depends and if they're carbon buyers, so they're buying carbon credits, they tend to be price motivated. If they are carbon credit sellers as a result of projects they're involved in, they tend to look at more of the intrinsic benefits associated with the project. So you end up with a bit of a market dynamic then between buyers and sellers. But the one thing that I always encourage market participants to do is really to define what it is they're trying to accomplish in their carbon strategy. So, what's their motivation for deciding to participate in carbon markets? Is there a compliance or a regulatory requirement that the industry is putting a cap on your emissions, for example? Is there demand from stakeholders within your organization? They could be shareholders, for example, that are coming to protest at your annual meeting, demanding that you do something about your carbon footprint. And certainly we're seeing headlines, and all the oil and gas companies have been facing those kinds of challenges. It could be your financial partners. It could be your bank, for example, that's withdrawing from certain aspects of lending. We're seeing that, all over the world, where banks are no longer lending to coal-fired generation projects, for example. So if you want to build a coal plant in North America, you will have trouble finding bank financing for that, likely. Or is it, the customer that's ultimately driving the requirement? They want to see you, if you're operating an airline, for example, reduce your carbon footprint, provide alternatives for passengers to mitigate their carbon footprint associated with travel. And so I guess it's really important to understand what those drivers are, and then understanding the drivers allows you to spend your money more effectively. And that could be making the world a better place, as Sonia indicated, where there's significant benefits, and I've seen them firsthand with projects in places like Africa, where the spill down effect is tremendous in terms of the work that's being availed on the people there, and the quality of life implications by turning off a lot of the dirty generation and reducing the power demand and those kinds of things. So it can be very impactful. And other times it's a case of wanting to support companies that are introducing new technology. I mean, we see it every day, where companies are knocking on our door, where they have this really cool energy storage technology using supercapacitors, for example, and they don't know how to get matched up with the generator company that, for example, that's generating. So we end up, providing a lot of those introductions and kind of working at the nexus of a lot of those different markets. But it's very, very dynamic. And as I say, figuring out why you're in the market, what you're trying to achieve is key. And then when you work with professionals like Sonia, she can help you, more accurately define what kind of offsets you need to be looking for, or how you need to structure your own program if that's the direction you're going for your company.
So for companies like Climate Impact Partners, one of the motivations is also to see that the projects that you're bringing carbon avoidance or reduction mechanisms into also have a secondary revenue mechanism by selling these carbon credits in the markets, right? So is that a big motivator for when you look at projects to see what the real outcome from a revenue generation standpoint is?
Yes. I mean, what it does for our project partners, I mean, we work with a lot of project partners, and then we're now also getting the space of building our own projects. But the intention is, how do most of the companies in my space wouldn't say that. Everybody thinks about what kind of benefits happen to the community on the ground. That's an important factor in thinking. It's the corporates get to offset their credits while they get to net zero stages. What benefits happen to the community? So in my brain, carbon finances and voluntary carbon markets, as I see them, there's a lot of community and social involvement and a social good involved in the practice itself.
Yeah. So switching gears onto the buyer side of it now, right? Now, what's the incentive for buyers when they buy these credits? What are they supposed to do with it? And how are they thinking about retiring these credits as well? And what is the process that they go through? And this is also important to understand, because this goes to the heart of making data transparent, because the sell side data is often available. So especially if it's a solar plant or something like that, right? But on the buy side, how does the retirement side really work? And that is something where we can definitely bring more transparency by putting all of that data on chain and letting people draw their own conclusions about a company's carbon footprint and their offset mechanisms.
Let me tell you how things happen today. I wouldn't say it's not completely opaque. There is stuff that happens. There are 4 big registries. I mean, there are lots of them, and I see more digital registries coming into the place. But Vera and Go Standard are the 2 big carbon registries, and RECs, which is Renewable Energy Credit, or International RECs are the 2 big registries for avoidance credits of power generation. And when you buy an offset, you basically it's an offset, so it matches to the 1-year emission of a certain year. And then you retire that offset for that particular year. So, I mean, let me step back from that a little bit, right? You asked me, why do companies do this? It's like what they do, but let's step back from that. Why do they do it? Part of it is some of them are motivated by change. Some big companies, if you look at Microsoft's website, for example, they've been doing this for about, I want to say 14 years that I know of, maybe longer. They're one of our partners. But a lot of companies think through their impact as they grow bigger, and they root for their own reasons. That's the voluntary reason to offset, because the other piece of it is a regulation. If those of you who saw in the last 2 months or so, SEC came out where every company had to disclose what kind of emissions they were making. There was a little bit of vague requirement, but SEC was very specific about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions that need to be disclosed in their financial reporting. Companies that knew this was coming, it's been discussion for a while, but doing it anyway. But now that risk is going to get measured, tracked, reported, and pricing. Like any law that happens, there was some pushback and there's a debate, and then the law might change. But some states in the US and a lot of international countries for that matter.
EU, for example.
Yeah, California has law where the companies need to do this anyway, federal laws apart. France, Europe is far ahead in the regulation. So there's a voluntary desire when you're a good corporate citizen, you're big enough. And then there is a legal reason to do it. The second step that we were talking about is how do you do it? You can see what a company used to offset on some of these registries' website. That said, the level of data available varies by project type and other complexities.
Mm-hmm. Sure. And I think that's exactly where bringing that data on chain is so much more important, and making it transparent is very important as well. We'll take questions in a couple more minutes, right? I'm almost winding up here as well. So it's important for them to comply and be good citizens. And at the same time, it, again, from a compliance perspective, having that data on chain is necessary. But what we are finding as we are working with a lot of these companies is a lot of that data is very proprietary and it's private as well. So how do you put that in a public domain by putting it on chain or having it verify? And this is where I think the Carbon CX platform really does a fantastic job in keeping private data private and bringing out the verified elements that are vetted together, right? So Dave, we are short on time, so if you can keep it quick on that.
Yeah, as you know, we tend to be very project focused, so we'll take a lot of disaggregated data, and then for purposes of reporting or recording on chain, we aggregate a lot of that data. You don't really see the individual sites, for example, and the actual usage at each site. We have all of that data available if someone were to sign an NDA or wanted more details on the backing of that credit. But generally, we operate on an aggregated basis, and from the top level report what's gone on, for example, for the last quarter for a particular region in South Africa, for example.
Mhm. And you're also working with auditors.
Correct. And to try to meet audit standards is another whole requirement in some cases. So.
Yeah. So just to wind this conversation, and I know there are a couple questions in the room too. So what are the top things that companies should start to do today in order to meet their net zero goals by, say, 2030? I know it's still 6 years away, but seed sown today will go a long way. And we're already starting to see that come back in a huge way in the sports industry. I know Formula One wants to have a net zero footprint by 2030. And coupled with that is DHL on the logistics side. They've publicly stated they want to do net zero by 2030. So each one of you, just some quick parting thoughts on what companies should be doing and how should they be looking at their ESG strategies. Yeah.
Sure, I'll go first. So since my title, if you expand it, say strategy and operations, so let's focus on the operations part of the role. You cannot eliminate what you can't measure. So your first step, if you don't do it today for any company, is how do you measure your scope 1, 2, 3 emissions to know what you have to eliminate? That's like, in my brain, that's like the first step. You measure and then you look at which partners do I go with and what do I need to do today and what's the next step and what's the next step. 6 years is actually pretty short, and don't consider an advertisement for my company. It doesn't matter which you go with. The amount of time it takes to put together a strategy of this kind, I actually think 6 years is too short for most of these companies. They're hoping, this is me making stiff up or thing, that deadlines will get expanded, which is a possibility, but there's not enough time is how I think about it.
I'd recommend taking a risk management perspective. Working for financial institutions in my career, all very risk management focused. And as Sonia indicated, it's hard to manage what you can't measure. And so that is clearly the first step. I'm in complete agreement with her in terms of identifying where you've got risk associated with emissions, with your operations. And then it's a question of bringing in the professionals that can assist you with re-engineering some of your processes, for example, to reduce emissions, changing the way you run your logistics or do other things. There is lots of different operational improvements that most organizations can make from an efficiency perspective. And Amazon's spending lots of time on the last mile efforts right now. And so I would say view it as a risk management exercise. Get somebody into the organization that has that experience and that mindset to be able to identify where those risks lay, start to articulate them, talk about them, and then you can measure them.
Okay, fantastic. So we have a couple questions in the room, I think. So if you want to go ahead. Sure.
We've known about this, and we've had people that are believers, people like yourselves that have been doing stuff.
but we've had a very difficult time with one, getting funding to implement it, two, getting corporations and decision makers to back these initiatives at large organizations. You look at New York, where they have local law 97, where almost every building over a certain size must report and also buy carbon offset. But we're staring these things down. We know they're coming, but I've been having a hard time getting traction in the industry to actually get users to own this stuff, get people to be able to use the data and be able to use the tools like a Carbon CX to be able to show the data. And so my question is, where are you seeing the actual traction occur today? And how can we push on those key friction points so that we can really open this market up to what we all know is the obvious answer? But in May of 2024, we're not seeing the data and returns.
We are all walking the same path and living the same journey, unfortunately. I often comment it's easier to get somebody up in Lagos, Nigeria than it is in Houston or Calgary to talk about carbon reductions in the energy business. So I would say we are seeing, from a voluntary perspective and what we're doing with Carbon CX, big uptake in South America, big uptake in Africa and Europe, more challenging in North America. I think that's because we haven't necessarily articulated a good path. There's been, certainly in North America here, there's been the regulated paths associated with what's going on the West Coast, California, the low carbon fuel initiatives, those kinds of things. But if we're going to wait for governments to sort this out, then, it's going to be a longer process, I think. That there needs to be either a compliance requirement, as SEC is starting to undertake, and I expect that the Canadians will follow suit here shortly with that. That is certainly going to assist in pushing people and motivating people. But I fear that there's going to be a bit of a land rush mentality when all of a sudden it's staring everyone in the face and they realize that there's just not enough companies that are there available to evaluate carbon footprints, and certainly not enough opportunities for them to mitigate some of that risk. So I think you're identifying a looming problem, and I'm open to all ideas to get more participation in the market. So Carbon CX, we're trying to make it easier. We're trying to make it simpler to engage with our platform, to record your savings, and to capture the incremental reductions. Sometimes it's not the big transformative projects that we need to be focused on, but rather the trucking fleet that's improving their fuel performance 10 or 20%, improving their bottom line, reducing their fuel costs, and as a result, reducing carbon.
So that's the external perspective from Dave, right? If I look at internally, which stakeholder should you appeal to? That's how I took your question as, who do I go, which door do I knock, where people listen that this is something I should care about and fund, right? There are two titles that I think we have had. One, we've success within. The second that I see getting impacted more and more. The first is the Chief Sustainability Officer. So if we look at our companies, if you're looking at target clients, those which have a Chief Sustainability Officer or an ESG department, they are the ones which are more first to align to like the voluntary requirements. The second department internally that has the highest voice and risk is the CFO's office. If you tell them your registration, your cost, your risk to this law that is coming, in this and my previous roles, that is the department we have appealed to from that risk management perspective.
And then from the funding side, you have a lot of people in this room, a lot of people, I'll use Web3, you told them not to use it, but I'll use it. A lot of Web3 entrepreneurs that are leveraging the technology to be able to build carbon forward solving for UN SDG type goals. There's a disconnect right now because you have things that are generating revenue, initiatives that are generating revenue in Web3. I'm not going to go into some of the crazier ones that we're seeing today. And then you have very mission aligned groups, that innovators, entrepreneurs that have taken this up, and revenue is not there right now. And you look at investors and they're like, oh, that's generating revenues. through X, Y, Z. We may not align with it versus this conversation. I think everyone here aligns with that, but the capital is not going in there to support those initiatives. So how would you recommend innovators and entrepreneurs to solve that current disconnect that we're seeing in the market?
Okay, so the way I look at it is, and first of all, a quick note on Carbon CX. This platform is entirely a Web3 platform. Takes away all the complexities and abstracts it out into a bunch of different token formats and provides the adequate transparency at a project level completely, right?
I wasn't allowed to use Web3, you said.
I know. I'm moderating here. So, but to your point, I think the way to make money in this space will require more than the tech or the other ancillary markets. It's a business model innovation question here, right? Can we innovate on the business model side of it so that when you're looking at it from a risk perspective, the CFO's office is aligned with you, and so is the sustainability officer aligned with you. And then the tech kind of just becomes a vehicle for enabling that. And in that trifecta, I think it's going to be, the winners are going to be who can innovate on the business model side of it by showing that this is the risk that you've avoided versus this is the value that you've generated for yourself. And I say this because we were also involved in a biogas project where the company thought that they had $100 million worth of IRS tax credits. They had the data to support it, but at the same time, they were only able to sell it for about 52 million. Why? Because the risk was on the buying side where they were not fully sure that they could get the 100 million in tax advantage that they were paying for, right? So that was a big arbitrage opportunity. Now, how do you bridge that? I think that's the open question on what can you bring in from a business model innovation to make that happen. Yes, sir.
So I guess my question is more around, I'm a real estate developer, and there's been a lot of conversation in the Inflation Reduction Act regarding the repurposing of assets. And we're seeing the capital markets move to this space that you're speaking to. But can you speak to, I think probably more particularly you, do you assist in the capital stack when you're buying a legacy asset and repurpose it to become more energy efficient? Do you assist in that kind of conversation, how the capital markets are moving in there?
So the way voluntary carbon markets work is we bring finance to projects, but a lot of time that happens when projects have reached a certain level, right? They start offsetting, which means the project have reached a certain level of maturity and to grow to the next stage. But we do work with, I would say, tens or at least hundreds of project partners globally. The other part of your question where I was going with this is, there's some projects that we support from the start. It's a small, very small group where we build the project from the start and we work with some investors to bring that to market. But that's a number like in low single digits because of how long the horizon of building a forest with a dam and a water body and all those things gets to be.
Other questions? Well, in that case, let's take the quick break and come back for the next session here, right? Thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining.
All right, folks, we are down to our last two sessions and we'll curtail it a little bit. We have happy hour with pizza and drinks, will be served in a short while. So if I can have everyone sit down, please, we'll get going. All right, so we excited to have Cameron join us. He's the founder and CEO of the Banyan Collective. They are a strategic partner with the Near protocol, where he runs a lot of the strategic programs and evangelizes the Near protocol. They're doing a lot of cool things in gaming, in sailing, and a few other sports. So without further ado, let's turn it over to Cameron.
Hey, everybody, how's it going? Cameron Dennis. Make this relatively straightforward. I've been building in Web3 for about 7, 8 years or so. I started the blockchain club at my university in 2018. Later on, started to teach about different blockchain protocols, primarily starting university accredited courses. So we started the first classes at like UCLA, UC San Diego, UC Santa Barbara. The whole goal is to create a talent machine. Through this whole process, I had to learn about every protocol. Very quickly realized we are not building for the masses. Blockchain is not gonna work if people in Cambodia need to write down a 12-word seed phrase in English and manage that properly. It just won't work. They're not gonna get onboarded. And so this led me down to, yeah, again, like every single ecosystem, and there's a few prerequisites to actually assure mass adoption. The first one being account model, like the protocol needs to support an account-based model where every wallet is a smart contract. Many of you have probably heard of smart accounts. These are essentially, instead of having to have what they call an EOA account, being able to only a public key matches with the private key, you're able to have an account that is a smart contract. Why is this important? Is because this is the prerequisite to start abstracting onboarding complexities away from the end user. Because right now, onboarding is really, really tough. So Near has that built into the protocol, like since day one. Ethereum recently created a standard that sort of enabled this, but this is what attracted me to the ecosystem originally. And actually the main lesson learned here, and this is very relevant for entertainment and gaming, is, I've been gaming my entire life, like actually since I was about 3, 4 years old. There's no way in hell, all of Beyonce's fans or all World of Warcraft players are going to click sign transaction every single time they want to do anything in a blockchain-based game. Yeah, this is pretty much what led me down to the Near ecosystem. I was at Near Foundation for about 2 years, responsible for all infrastructure partnerships and integrations, oracles, indexers, explorers, on-ramps, etc. And then I did my job and they were like, well, what do you want to do next? And I'm like, well, I want to build a product studio dedicated to very specific initiatives. Those initiatives, this product studio is called the Banyan Collective. And these initiatives being co-generation through an amazing project called Jutsu. The founder was just here, actually. Second project is called Potluck, which is public goods funding infrastructure. Third is called Edge. This is Edge AGI, how to have small models run on local devices. And the last one's a digital government initiative that recently closed down because governance is really hard. So yeah, just a little background, but the whole point here is why are blockchains really important? To me, it's about giving people the option to own your money, data, and governance without a third party. Like that is the core here. And there are a lot of other benefits, like making historically illiquid assets, like real estate, like loyalty points, like, game credits, more liquid. So how do you turn those illiquid assets into USDC that you can off-ramp to dollars if you want to? And really about giving the people the option to do this. We are not going to convince millions of people to do this from the get-go. We have to give them the option to exit to the open web. It will not work if it's forced. So, this is the quick origin story of Near. I'll get to the whole creator component in a bit, but Near started off as an AI company, and the whole point was to pay people to label data to train large language models. And the founder, one of the co-founders, Ilya, he was the co-author of a paper called Attention is All You Need. Does anyone know this paper? Raise your hand. Okay. This is the paper that describes transformers, the T in ChatGPT, for the first time. This is literally the foundation of all AI today. And so he very quickly realized, the world's going to be super dystopic if people don't own their money, data, and governance, because, he just saw where this is going. And so the first app ever created was to pay people to label data to train those large language models. But you need a network where the transaction fee is lower than the transaction itself. We can't have a CryptoKitties moment. And who here knows CryptoKitties? Okay, it pretty much completely congested the Ethereum network, made transaction fees rise tremendously, and made it pretty much unusable. So we need to create a blockchain that is actually scalable and could meet demand when the users do come. And so this is pretty much I'll just get to the actual meat and potatoes here. Actually, where Near is going. Blockchains are cool, but it's honestly just a means to an end. What we really need is a way to abstract blockchains away from people. Again, a critical piece in gaming and entertainment and trying to target retail users, because who here, it would be ridiculous if you needed to be like Amazon pilled to then use Instagram and Snapchat. Like that doesn't make any sense. If you need to care about what cloud provider your favorite apps are using in order to use the app, that's ridiculous. So all a blockchain really needs to be is a database that scales, that's distributed and maintains state. And so, but how do we actually go about this to, again, not have users care where their favorite apps are deployed? It's this concept called chain abstraction. But before we really prove out that we need chain abstraction, let's prove out that we need blockchains to begin with, and that, we can actually facilitate this demand. Because we can't prove that we facilitate this demand, then what are we really building for? So, we partnered up with a lot of existing Web 2 organizations that have a lot of users. I'm talking like hundreds of millions of users. And giving those users the option to exit to Web 3 to, again, solve a problem that they have. They're not going to jump through all these complex hoops if we're just going to, provide them a little bit incentive. We got to solve a real problem here. And so some of the biggest apps in Web3 today are all on Near. Actually, this is a little outdated. I'll show you the more updated one. So these are the most popular apps in all of Web3 by weekly active accounts. Users are hard to measure because one user can have many accounts. And so on a blockchain, this is pretty much the only way that we can measure this. And so I'm going to walk through some of these apps because a lot of them are games. And a lot of them have to do with entertainment because that's what people really love to do. So just to kind of walk through some of them, Hot Protocol, this actually started off as a wallet in Telegram because, again, if you're trying to build for retail users, you need to meet them where they are. When was the last time, when was the last time any of you downloaded a new app on your phone in the last, who downloaded an app on their phone in the last 3 months? A new app. Yeah, that's actually more than normal. Most people don't download new apps at all. They use Snapchat, they use Instagram, they use the apps that they download, or they normally use. They normally don't download anything new. And so we need to meet them where they are. Telegram, which is, pretty much a super app, and it's becoming more of a super app, is where there are hundreds of millions of users. And so this team that was building a mobile wallet called Here Wallet built a Telegram wallet and then added some pretty cool gamification features. And you guys can download it right now. It's just Hot. It's like the Hot game. If you go to Dap Radar, you can check it out. And yeah, again, they have see how many weekly active users. At 1.27 million weekly active users, accounts. And this is because we made it easy for them to go into their Telegram, swipe up, and then be able just to claim rewards. And after every period of time, they're able to claim a reward. They're able to stake that reward in order to, unlock this thing that has worked very, very well. Who here's played Candy Crush and some of these mobile games that it's pretty much crack for people. They love this stuff. And so if you give them these gamified rewards, they come back. And so we've seen a tremendous amount of success with Hot. And now the main goal for them, where they're going next, is building this multi-chain network that allows to abstract, every blockchain away. So you're able to transact on these other chains using your Hot wallet and account, all through Telegram. So if you're building for consumer apps, they're likely not going to come download your new app. Go to where they are. And where they are in crypto right now, a lot of them are in Farcaster. Who here is familiar with Farcaster? So Farcaster is a social network built on Base and has nothing to do with Near, but it's pretty much a mobile app. It's called Warpcast, and this is where a lot of crypto, actually it's more developers and founders right now. It's still a relatively small community, but where a lot of crypto consumers are going today. So definitely check out Farcaster if you're trying to stay on the cutting edge of crypto social. And so one thing I wanted to flag and highlight was we partnered with this organization called SailGP. Who here knows SailGP? It's pretty popular, kind of in the Bay Area. It's it's a sailing. This has normally nothing to do with crypto. This is it's a sailing competition, primarily run by I think Larry Ellison from Oracle, And the whole point here is we worked with them to build a DAO platform to manage their sailing teams. Because the whole point was like, we want to try to bridge this gap between the teams and the fans. And so the fans were able to determine, like through voting within a DAO, who should be on the boat. What are the, just like kind of basic like ways to engage with fans, like, oh, hey, if you sign up here, you're going to be able to get this NFT, you're going to get like VIP access, all this other stuff, which is really cool. The problem is that a lot of times like onboarding is really hard for people, and people are not like, retail is not going to deal with any sort of technical complexities. And so you really need to abstract that away. Like you need to make it like stupid simple, like just mobile app, like big red buttons, like click here to vote in order to get them to engage. And so we built this whole thing. There was some engagement. It wasn't amazing. And so quite honestly, I'm not as big of a fan of these things. It's a really cool idea. It's a cool experiment. But when it comes to mass market, I'm much more optimistic about projects like Hot that are, meeting people where they are, and getting, retail to try to use complex blockchain infrastructures doesn't always work. So I want to talk through the second one. This is called Kai, also known as Kaiching. This is, I believe, the second most popular app in all of crypto in terms of weekly active accounts. And this is a loyalty program with a payment provider, payment solution, an e-commerce tool in Southeast Asia. And so what do? Well, they use blockchains when they use for settlement. And why do they do that? Is because it actually saves them money. So if you're trying to target real corporate partners, you build something that actually makes their life easier rather than harder, or saves them money. And so Kai is a great example of this. They give, in terms of like, what is the blockchain integration, a lot of the loyalty points and are actually just NFTs and fungible tokens on here that they're able to convert to fiat. So again, taking a historically illiquid asset like a loyalty point and making it easier for them to transact. So, they have a ton of usage. And what's cool here is that these games, or like apps, they're very open to work with other partners in the Near ecosystem to push their users to their platforms. And this is super valuable if you're building a DeFi app and you're looking for people to, test out your stuff. Here's get the users. And the whole point here was to really prove out that we have the demand to warrant to make all this big investment to do chain abstraction, because the protocol needs to scale. If it doesn't scale, you're not going to make it. It's just, you're going to die with demand. Demand's gonna be a bad thing for you. And so, and I'll be honest here, we have seen a lot of huge increase of demand on Near, and it wasn't the protocol that started to fail. It was all the middleware. So like all the RPC endpoints, all the indexers, like that started to get really, really overwhelmed, and transactions did start to get slower. Fortunately, that's a much easier fix than having to do like entire protocol upgrades and change consensus. But that was a big issue for us for a few weeks, was RPCs started to just be overwhelmed. There's too many people using it. So yeah, if we really check the blockchain box here, we can focus on, this is actually the presentation. So yeah, I want to talk about the third, one of the most popular apps in crypto. These things goes down from like 10 to 5 and whatnot. It's called Sweatcoin, Sweat Economy. We heard of it? It's like a big Web2 app. They've had like over 100 million downloads historically. Many of you probably used it like before they even entered Web3. Again, taking a historically illiquid asset like a Sweatcoin and making it more liquid, which, you used to only be able to exchange your sweat coins for like yoga pants or like shoes or something like that. Now you can take this asset and turn it to USDC, provide liquidity on a DEX, and enter the world of Web3. But all of that is a huge lift for a lot of retail, like just to now manage their own keys and everything. So you really have to abstract it away. And there's a lot of really amazing innovations that have happened where you're able to store like private keys locally on your phone in some secure enclave, which really makes it easier. So all these Sweatcoin users don't need to write down a 12-word seed phrase. Their private keys technically stored in their iCloud. So it just feels like a normal app. Now, the caveat there is you're essentially custodying your crypto with Apple. because if someone gets access to your iCloud, they get access to your private key. And so the whole point here is there's always going to be trade-offs. And so in order to sort of mitigate risks in those trade-offs, we like to implement kind of this thing called progressive onboarding. In the early days of somebody entering, Web3 through a consumer app that they already use, it might not be the biggest, worst thing in the world if they lose their keys, when the main value of their Apple iCloud account is like all their photos and messages and everything. They're probably not as concerned about maybe some loyalty points that they generated. But that's, again, needs to be progressive. And so the whole point here is once you have a certain amount of near or value in your account, you are then prompted to manage your keys in a different way. So that to me is like a huge important thing that we need to implement across like all consumer-based crypto apps. And one of the last ones that's like very popular is called Play Ember. This is a bunch of kind of like casual games on mobile and on desktop. And there's a lot of people who, just want to play games and generate some money. And so I want to flag, there's a big difference between playing games and having fun and playing a game as a job. And so everyone here lives, I'm assuming, in like the Bay Area. Maybe, you have people, friends, family in other countries. But something like Axie Infinity, who here knows what Axie Infinity is? This was, it looks like a fun game. This was less of a game, more of a job for people in emerging economies to make some money in order to live their lives. And so I want to really clearly distinguish these things. There are games that are intended to be fun. And then there are crypto apps that people game in order to make money. And so we definitely need to distinguish these things. And if we don't, then we're going to be building games that are not fun and only really played by people just to use to make money, which means you're never really going to get like, high quality users or long-term engagement, because right when those incentives turn off, all of those users will disappear. And so I just want to flag, like, if anyone's building games, like, build games that are fun and people want to play. I have not seen really any, the closest thing that I've probably seen to like a fun game in crypto that I haven't even tested out yet because it's not live, is called Shrapnel. This is a, AAA gaming studio. But even in gaming in Web 2, like, you can build the most amazing game in the world that's so much fun, but if you don't have the proper distribution, you're going to fail. And so not only is it hard to build games that are fun, it's even harder to build games that are fun in Web 3 because the target market is much lower, the experience is much worse. And so I just want to flag, like, you really have to abstract that experience away. And I would even recommend to people, build a Web 2 game, get adoption. Actually, just like, don't mention crypto at all. Don't even add wallet, anything. And then give your users the option to exit if it meets their interests. Take a historically illiquid asset like a game or a skin and make it more liquid. Exchange it for USDC. Or, you don't need to, have all the game logic within a smart contract. That doesn't make any sense. That's going to be really slow and expensive. Just do that in a centralized database. It's not a big deal. This is not something that needs to be trustless unless you're, literally re-emulating the real world in a digital way, which is not what's alive today. Don't do that. Like, build a game that people want to play. It's not rocket science. And then also another big concern is hacks. Please, please, please don't bridge assets. The bridges get hacked all the time. Literally, like $5 billion of value has disappeared from the face of this earth into North Korean pockets to, and it's not just like, Joe Schmo's hacking you on, like, some guy in his basement. This money is being allocated to North Korean's government to, build weapon programs and, nuclear systems. And so, like, it's not, you got to be wary about this stuff. And, please don't bridge assets. And so, and I know this is like probably not the most like optimistic Web3 and entertainment, but to be honest, I want to talk to you like how it is. We are the network with the most traction and we see the challenges. This to us is definitely something that we should continue innovating around as long as we meet users where they are. If we don't meet users where they are, what are we really building for? We're just going to like pump these markets and kind of, it's not solving any problem. And so again, like build games that are fun. Don't get too involved with, large organizations that don't understand the tech, or else you're going to have to manage the entire build out for it. That's a big mistake. They might have some distribution, but if your team can't manage the actual development and all the maintenance and everything that needs to go into that, don't work with them. It's really straightforward. And so, yeah, this is pretty much it. And if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Yeah, please.
Hi. So a lot of people look at Near and they criticize it. I think Near is one of the best designed blockchains, along with maybe one or two others, Solana, Polkadot. And they say that Near doesn't have a marketing team and that the total value locked is low. They don't have a Jupiter Finance. They don't have deep in decentralized infrastructure like Hive Mapper, Helium, and what's that other big one? There's another huge one.
Yep.
Render. Render's huge too. And I'm thinking there's got to be something that Near is really, really good at that other ones can't do. And I'm thinking maybe it's BOSS, Blockchain Operating System. So has Near talked to Web2 companies and handhold them and try to bring them into Web3?
Yeah. That's actually every one of these examples, except for Hot. Kaiching, huge e-commerce payment tool, Web 2 to Web 3. But let me flag, Polygon tried this. Polygon blew probably dozens of millions of dollars working with YouTube, Nike, Starbucks, etc., thinking that it's going to, bring mass adoption. Where are any of those apps today? They're not around. Why? Because they just saw an opportunity to rug a crypto company. They're like, oh yeah, sure, I'll take your $5 million deal and maybe launch a MVP and nothing. It was nice marketing, but to your point, you need to hold their hand. And we did, but it requires very, very special, certain companies, ones that are actually going to benefit from using blockchain. Starbucks doesn't need blockchain right now. They're doing just fine. Maybe the loyalty points could be good in the loyalty system, but again, for Web3 native people, these people wanted it. And by the way, the blockchain operating system is a piece of the stack to decentralize, to abstract chains away from everybody. That's the whole point. Because at the end of the day, it shouldn't be Avalanche or Solana or Near or ETH or whatever. It should just be an operating system that people can use to own their money, data, and governance. Any other questions? Great. Awesome. Thanks for having me.
We're down to the last one, and that's going to be a fireside chat on the topic of what's driving the revolution in sports and entertainment. I think it'll be a good idea if we all step out, grab pizzas, and come back in, right? Will that work? So, and then we can have a nice intimate discussion as our final session. So let's do that. Take 5 minutes, grab pizza, grab a drink, and we'll meet in 5 minutes. This will be a quick 20 minutes, and then we can have socializing and the networking after that session.
You definitely save the best for the last.
Yeah, we save the best for the last. I'm a big sports fan, and I hope there's a few other sports fans in the audience, and you will enjoy this. I've introduced Aman before, but anybody who joined us late, he's the founder of the NFT Brewery, where they're working. It's a platform that they're working on different solutions around monetizing, unique ways of monetizing. For sports entities or media and entertainment entities, and also working on improving that fan engagement, fan experience, right? So this will be a fun talk. We'll do it as a think of it as a breakout session, right? In a fireside chat format, right? And I'm Shanvir. I've been hosting all day. But I was looking forward to this. So before I begin to set the stage, wanted to see what are the preferences for our audience here, right? How many of you are, love or enjoy professional sports? Follow regularly? Okay, there's a couple of hands. Can I hear some names like, leagues or whatnot?
F1.
You said F1, okay.
Niners.
Niners, so NFL, right? Anything else? Okay, so that's NBA, right? And any IPL cricket?
For sure.
Okay, cricket. For me, NBA and how about you one? You follow?
Formula One IPL, they're top of the list for sure.
Yeah, I watched Formula One last the one in that was just a week or so ago. It was,
In Miami?
Miami.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. Okay, so this, I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask anyway. Any of you have purchased NFTs? NFTs? Okay. More than I thought, okay. And second part, how many of you will continue buying NFTs in the future? Okay, that's it. Dramatically drops. I was at Coinbase Consensus, right? And last year, and when they asked this question, I was shocked, right? When the first time I tried to buy an NFT, the gas fees are much higher than the NFT itself. So I'm not buying it. But when they asked that question in the room, 2/3 had raised their hands for buying an NFT, and at least 1/3 was like, we will continue buying. And then I realized it's a much younger audience, right? So that explained it. So we have a couple of sports fans. It's okay if I ask another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, as sports fans, right, when it comes to fan engagement, fan experience, is there something you'd like to see from the league or the team or the athlete? That, like you say, hey, this would be really cool if this were to happen.
Blockchain verified in-game equipment that you could buy as a collectible, verified digitally.
There's authenticity.
Yeah, verified collectibles that you could buy in-game or in e-commerce settings or something.
And anybody else?
Like, what kind of, dress they can wear, or maybe the, venue they can go ahead and football, for example. What kind of, the kit colors, maybe as a fan, yeah, sort of thing.
So you want to decide on the kind of their jersey and all?
Yeah, if that's possible as a fan, I can see that.
Yeah, sometimes your favorite team, they come up with an ugly green or something like that. I don't know, why do they choose that? And actually,
being able to affect the outcomes of the game as a fan.
You affect the outcome?
Yeah, like the E racing, where you can buy the power-ups and it allows the drivers to be able to use the E boost. That's significant. Yeah. That's fan controlled football, where you can vote on the play in real time.
Vote on the play, now they're getting creative. And now it's like, okay, it's gone to a whole different level.
Yes.
What about ownership? Like having the opportunity to own a piece of a team?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
Now we're talking, yeah, right? I think a lot more saying that. I think in NFL, Green Bay Packers is community owned.
Yeah, they're community. Yes.
And in Germany, I believe a lot of the clubs are owned by the
community, right? Yeah.
You think a club that is owned by a community or fans could win championships?
Yes.
You believe that? No? Okay.
Well, it depends on what the governance model is. How much money you can spend. Depends on the coach. Depends on the salary cap.
Lots of very.
Depends on the coach.
Quality of the steroids.
And one more, all right, that's not to work on. What about having a say in who should be on the roster? Is that asking for too much?
Yeah, but that would be pretty cool. That would be awesome. Like if you frequently attend the venue to watch the game, you basically get upgraded to have a say. That would be awesome.
Wow. Yeah, and you have a family.
Yeah, then you have a family ownership.
Family voting for their player.
Exactly.
That's not for the good of the team.
The first time I asked Aman that question, he said, yeah, but the owners would never allow that. They never give up that control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
So
that's
you-
good enough.
So here's the thing, where you have to incentivize the owners to give up that control.
You have
and
to
bring in
incentivize the coach to give up the control.
What about the players, right? Let's, for example, in IPL, right? Like I would want, Virat Kohli to play every match. So that comes, a right balance that.
You'll burn him out. Right? So,
But
again, that goes directly to the governance model.
Yes.
Who gets the rights to
Right,
vote
right.
on the roster? Who gets the rights to the sponsorship dollars coming in? Things like that. All very interesting.
Well, it would be nice to get rewarded for other things or other events at the same venue that you are at. I think that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, venues have so far been left out of the equation, but all the action happens at the venue.
Yeah.
So there's a physical space that's very critical to sports.
So you have some follow-up questions to delve a little deeper, or you want to, talk about what's possible? I think some of you know, that, I think they are right now allowing fans to maybe choose what armband the captain can play or what song, when a goal is scored. But I thought that's too lame. I mean, it's like, okay, is that really such a big deal, right? And that's where I feel as a fan, I want to see more. So
Yeah.
how do you make that happen?
So the art of the possible is definitely something that, given the Web2 side of things, there are limitations to it. That it's probably possible to have fans vote on one of those voting applications that you fire up on your phone, scan a QR code, vote on what song you want to play at the goal line. But that's where it probably ends, right? And all of the fantastic use cases we are talking about, they really require a much better perspective on how is the team going, work, right? And that goes to the heart of blockchain technology, right? And you can have a number of different governance mechanisms that can be tailored for what exactly are you trying to do. Are you trying to structure it as a DAO and return profits at the end of the year to the owners? Or are you trying to structure it as a more of a fan engagement tool where certain people who may own certain NFTs or certain people who may own certain rights are allowed to vote on the roster of the team, right? So those things require a lot more transparency as well, because otherwise we'll start to get into the dark side of sports betting. If those things are not transparent, it's going to have very lopsided results. Right? So you want to put it all out there and say, okay, this is the incentive, this is the ownership structure, and that's why you have a new way of engaging with the fans, and it starts to set the boundaries for what fans can vote on, what they can do. So I'm definitely excited about those use cases. And I think somebody talked about the physical nature of it. That's the other thing that I'm very excited about is how do you bridge the physical fan experience with the digital fan experience, right? And a lot of times when people talk about digital experiences, they're not really talking about fan experiences, they're talking about user experiences. And those are two very different things, right? So a lot of our conversations we heard today were about how you make the user experience frictionless. Well, that's a problem that has been solved already. We don't need to keep solving that problem over and over again. But now we need to start to move towards what's a good, credible fan experience. And when you go to the F1 race in Miami or in Vegas later this year, right? What do you get as a fan that you enjoy doing? Right? And how does that experience come to you? If it's a matter of purchasing an NFT, I don't think that's as exciting, right? Because obviously somebody who can put down the money can have that experience, and you can have that experience even today. You just need to buy the $10,000 grandstand tickets to have a fantastic experience. But for regular fans, this is where the engagement starts to come together, right? Can you, over a period of time, say that, you know, maybe I'm a Dolphins fan, and I went to the Hard Rock Stadium 5 times in a year. And just because of that, I'm able to claim a better experience next time at Formula, right? I mean, it's the same venue, it's the same set of people. So can you make it much more engaging for that person? Right? I mean, this is a wild statistic, right? 80% of people who go to games or events live within 50 miles of the venue. So that is the target market for these venues. And none of these venues all across the globe, not even one of them really has a good fan experience or loyalty or rewards program for their fans. So that's something that needs to be.
I don't think they see the need, right?
They don't see the need. Actually, they're starting to see the need because the experience is going into the digital spaces, right? And another wild statistic, right? 55% of Gen Z folks have never been to a live sporting event. Right?
That's a very big number.
That's a huge number.
If you go one generation.
How
over,
many
it
of
would
them
rise.
For the millennials that at the
Metaverse.
Yeah, so for the millennials, it was about 31%.
So it's a sample size like in the US or?
US. Yeah.
45?
And US is the biggest market, right? So,
And is it 100% have been in the metaverse?
probably not.
That's the Roblox. Roblox has a huge fan base among the teenies and all. I mean, that's a huge population. And
Yeah.
companies like Claire, Mars, Candy Bar and all that set up shops.
Yeah, but, again, Roblox is a great platform, but I mean, I don't want to confuse it with the real
Yeah.
physical nature of sport itself, or the physical nature of, say, going to a concert, right? One is a purely digital experience. The other one is where you can have a big cross section of population involved, both in the physical and in the digital spaces, right? So the venues, going back to your point, the venues are starting to care about it because what they're finding is that they don't know who's coming into their stadiums in real time. Even if you have a season ticket, they know who they originally sold the ticket to, but they don't know where the secondary transactions are. So if I'm in a box, right, I can take 10 of my friends into the box and the venue would have zero idea of who came in with me, right? So those are, again, things that they have zero visibility into, and there is no way they can get any more out of that population who's inside that venue or provide them with a better experience. Same example, right? If you were at the Miami Hard Rock Stadium for 5 times, the 6th time you go there, or because you have a certain NFT or you have some sort of an affiliation that can be transparently tracked, can the GM come back and to you and say, you know, I'd love to give you a front row seat because you're really cherished fan. So those things can only happen when you have the data. And even if you have the data, doesn't mean that it will happen because now you need to surface the right kind of data. And then on top of that right kind of data, you need to build a very specific use case for identifying and engaging with that fan. So now you've got to bring in the behavioral marketing aspect of it. And that is where I think the untapped opportunity is with respect to crypto, NFTs, transparency, all that kind of comes together with an identity that, for the most part, is anonymous.
And then I think this can, so if the motivation for an arena or a stadium, let's start with more, correct. In reality, if you take out the modern ones now, Steve Ballmer is building an amazing facility for the Clippers that will be, you know, I think about 2 billion or something like that, right? And SoFi Center is phenomenal, right? But Chase Center relatively new, but then there's so many arenas that are not in very good condition. And you end up, the team leaves, right? Like we lost. So I guess this could be huge where, you know, it could translate into much higher revenues for the arena.
That's exactly what the arenas want to do, because how do they make money, right? They make all of their money on selling concessions. Which is again a very.
Is that
physical-
bigger than tickets?
Oh, yes, absolutely,
Yeah,
because
the
tickets, they
better
get,
one is, right?
no, on tickets, they get a percentage of whatever ticket master deal they have, right? But if they're, but concessions like, you buy beer for $15 at this arena, right?
Or more, yeah.
Yeah, $14.95 of that is pure profit. Yes. Right, so, so that's the point. That, but there's a limit on how much you can sell physically. There's no limit what you can sell digitally, right? So think about it this way, FC Barcelona, they have fans all over the world. 95% of their fans will never go to that stadium to watch a game. But will they love to have an avatar jersey? Absolutely. Wow. Would they love to have some voting rights?
But they're looking beyond the arena. This is now for the team or the league, right?
This is, again, there's different ways of looking at it. In Europe, what really happens is that the teams actually own the stadiums too, which is not the case here in the US. So in the US, the teams are mostly tenants in the stadium, right? There is
Some exceptions.
But that's how it's like. Levi Stadium is not owned by the Niners. They're a tenant. Like the city of Santa Clara owns that stadium. So, and again, when you look at it, take a step back, it's not only sports that is being played at these venues, there's more stuff that goes in. There's concerts, there's other events, conferences, blah. And again, who are the people who are coming in? People who live within 15 miles of that space, right? That's where you have. So what I'm saying is, it's a fantastic convergence of physical and what you can expand that space to look like in the digital world. Right? So that's where a lot of time we are spending.
Yeah, so we discussed two things. So one is how at the arena level they can benefit, and in cases where the team owns the arena, right? And then the much bigger opportunity is, you know, you may have hundreds of millions following the sport, right? But your limit on the arena may be 100,000. Yeah. Rose Bowl 120,000. Okay. So what advice would you give? Now, you on your advisory board, you have, you know, an executive from a very storied team, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, right.
We deliberately sought out individuals who can help us, right? So I don't want to take names right now, but this individual, I think this is who you're talking about. He ran the Super Bowl for the last 15 years, right? So there's a lot of insights that we are gaining from just having these people advise us in terms of how to build solutions that can go to the heart of the consumer engagement side of it, right? And what kind of experiences can you bring in? So think about it this way. In a suite, when you go today, at any major stadium, there's really nothing that you can do except for order food, right? I mean, is that the best experience that a physical space can provide you? Probably not, right? So there's now ideas about, okay, let's put in a golf simulator in, right? Coming from Montreal, you might appreciate that. Exactly. Right, so.
Do they do jacuzzi or something like that in, you know, hot place like Florida or whatever, you watching the
I
game?
haven't seen jacuzzis, but I was at the
private pool or something, yeah.
I haven't seen that, but I was at the Rogers Center in Toronto. And what they've done is really created a section for families and kids. Like the upper level, they have a huge section where if you're in the center, you can take your kids up there and you can eat and drink, and the kids have their own menu. They have slides there. So
That's taking them away from the game, though.
and, yeah, that is taking them away from the game, but at the same time, it's also getting the younger population, the drop that we've seen in Gen Z, right? How do you make those folks come back to the stadium.
I've seen that in cricket in Australia, I think, where, maybe the adults are watching, the kids are playing, they even have a pool and all of that, right? And I've seen that in cricket, right? South Africa. Okay. Now, where I was alluding to was, okay, so you have some great advisors and all of that, and no need to mention names. Based on everything that, your vantage point, what advice would you give these, arena owners, arena operators, et cetera, right? And also, how many of them actually thinking some of this stuff, right? Are they thinking the stuff, or we need to kind of evangelize this?
No, so they're not thinking about any of this stuff. And the precise reason is they don't own the technology. They don't have technical people.
They have motivation though, that they don't.
They have motivation but again, so two parts to it. The motivation might be there, but the business model is just not there. Because the folks on the business side, they are still doing search engine optimization to sell their suites, because you don't sell something, it just goes waste, right? To increase revenue. They haven't even thought about the possibilities in the digital. That's number one. Second is, as an industry, the lines are very clear. On the broadcast side, where you have all these companies that now have rights, including Amazon Prime, they love technology, the broadcasters, because they love to show you different angles, different set of data, stats, whatever. And those things are available at the snap of a finger. But on the physical venue side, they just are pretty much laggards in adopting technology. There are a few exceptions. There's I would say Mercedes-Benz Stadium with Lab. They are one of the leaders, and Caesars Arena, Little Caesars Arena in Detroit. Ironically, they are leaders, right? But apart from that, there are very few venues who look at it as if there's an opportunity. So those are the more friction points than getting them onto Web3, right? Getting them onto Web3 is simple. Hey, you've got an app. Almost everybody now has an app. All it requires is, hey, here's an API integrated with a Web3 wallet, and you can start having a one-on-one relationship with your consumers. They understand that, right? As technology companies, we understand that. But that's not where the friction is anymore. 2 years ago, that's exactly where the friction was. Okay, where do I get a wallet? What is the security? How do my users try to do something like this? And am I taking them away from the game? And even while they're in the stadium, do they have to look at their phones? None of that is a barrier, right? And what you, again, going back, there's probably, like you said, 60,000 people in the stadium, but there's 6 million people watching the game outside, right? Now you've got to think in two different ways of how you want to engage with them. The broadcasters, they're never going to engage the 6 million people, because that's not what they're in for. They're in it for the advertising dollars that are shown during the game, right? They have no incentive to come back and say, okay, I want to appeal to.
All 6 million can watch the ads that are shown.
Yes, yeah. So that, but engagement is not an part of it, right? And that's why I'm saying the experience, the user experience is very different from the fan experience. You cannot confuse the two. So broadcasters, okay, is the user experience great? Perfect. But that's not what a fan wants.
Are you guys happy with what is shown, any follows for cricket or basketball or whatnot? With the kind of analytics and the data they show about, players, I feel it's very little. Any thoughts?
In tennis, they do a lot. I really like it. When it's US Open, IBM does a lot of that stuff, like my previous company. And I really love it. So I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, I've always had to go to have a second screen, right, to find the stats. It's very limited on what the broadcaster does, which really sucks. So, yeah, I don't want to, go off on a tangent here. I don't think I got the answer I was looking for what advice would I give the arena owners, right? Like, hey, to get them thinking about this, right? What can they start with?
The only advice to them is, look, if you want to engage, forget even about engagement. If you want to make more money, adopt the digital means, because that's the only way you can make more money, right? And that's something that universally, I think, every company understands that, oh, I got to increase my revenue.
But yeah, but for them, yeah, it's still.
It's
Not
nebulous,
that
it's
bad.
nebulous because, and a lot of the conversations we have, what we figured out is, if you go to the teams or the leagues, it's a pay-to-play model, right? So a startup company like ours cannot really survive in that environment. Unless, of course, if we raise a mega round and we tell our investors that, oh, half of this round is going into sponsorship deals. It's not going to. Let's be very serious about that. But are there other opportunities where we can tap in? And that's what we're trying to do.
Now, moving beyond the arena, we'll switch to at the league itself, right? Now, outside of the big leagues that make 10 billion, make billions and are valued at 10 billion or over, for example, a lot of the smaller soccer clubs in UK are hurting for money, right? They can't afford right players and all of that. How could they leverage Web3 to create some kind of revolution?
And it's universally true, right? It's not just the UK. If you look at the women's NBA in the States here, right? Or the women's soccer,
MLS, right?
MLS, even MLS is kind of.
What the athletes make is very small.
Very tiny, except Messi, right? But that's, and again, that's the exact point that needs to be drilled into these organizations, that the only way you can leapfrog this cycle is by adopting digital needs. Because you have fans that are not physically close to you, but they want to be engaged with you, right? And this is exactly where all the ideas that we heard initially, can I have an influence on the roster? Can I have an influence on the ownership? Can I have an influence on something else? Those things come into play. And this is where I think a lot of our conversations are also focused on, to see if we can enable these with the early adopters. But finding those early adopters is a different challenge.
What will be the first thing they'll have to do? Like, sit down and chat with you, and you have the strategy.
And that's what happens, right? So I'll give you a little bit of a different example, not on the professional sports side, but on the amateur side. So we have 2 customers now that we're working with. And these are, so the first one is a amateur baseball league, right? And another statistic, 3 million kids in the US play baseball every year. 3 million, right? And at the end of the season, what do they have to show for their achievements? Probably such nothing, because a lot of it is not recorded. A lot of the whatever is recorded is not verified by the coach, and it might have some sentimental value for the parents, but it really, those records have nothing to offer, right? So this one company, again, they're in a stealth mode right now, so I'm not allowed to talk too much about what they're doing, but they're really tracking the athlete's journey right from, say, age 8 to 16. And in between 13 and 16, they start getting scouted by the major leagues, the minor leagues, the colleges, etc. Right? And now, if the scouts at that point have a full list of their records, right, on-chain records, transparently available, verified by a coach, so on and so forth, that makes a whole lot of difference than saying that, oh, I just had a bad day at the trials and I didn't make it. But if you have a record, then the scouts can go back and say, oh, this was your work ethic, and this was how you were playing. These are the situations where you really perform well under pressure as well. So one off day, anybody can have, right? So it's a more comprehensive record.
But that's all just data, right?
It's all
Is there an NFT involved with that? Is there a wallet or something that comes?
All of this data is on chain, so that's where you have.
So that takes care of the proof of the authentication and
Yeah.
all of that validation.
Yes, exactly.
Without that, that'll be missing, that'll be a hole.
Yeah, without that, again.
The coaches cannot confirm, right?
Nobody can confirm.
So then blockchain becomes very valuable in that.
Exactly, exactly. So this, again, this is one use case where we're working.
Did you all have to go to them the solution, or they came to you with the problem, or?
It actually happened over a couple of drinks in Vegas. Right, so we were just chatting but not to minimize the effort, it's taken us almost 2 years to build out this use case. Because how do you build something that, first of all, doesn't exist, and then showcase the value to the stakeholders?
The sheer amount of, your research itself will be like, you gotta really understand their world.
It starts with the use case, right? I mean, a lot of people here in the panels talk about what is the use case. You have to really start there. And then work backwards. So 2 years ago, for sure, the tech elements were not in place. That only started changing sometime last year, where we said, okay, now is the right time. So the first year was like, this way it was. It's a great idea, can't do it right now, because we run into all those, the trilemma problem, right? Scalability was a big factor, but now it's there. These guys are looking to get maybe like 85,000 kids this year. So we'll see how that goes.
We'll change gears now and then we'll start wrapping up. Do you see any impact on, now all the big teams have scouts where they get the talent, especially like in Africa, they get all these young soccer players at a very early age, and they kind of incubate them, or for lack of a better term, right?
Even
That
in
area, even
New Delhi.
in Delhi.
Like FC Barcelona has a training academy in New Delhi.
And I know the Mumbai Indians had a very young South African bowler, you probably know, right? Marco Jensen. I think Mumbai Indians got him very early, right? So can that area be impacted by Web3 or wherever?
Of course, because ultimately you want to be able to trust that the recruits from a particular region meet a certain standard for your club, right? So now that your operations are decentralized, wouldn't it be fantastic if your tech is also decentralized? Right? With the right consensus mechanisms, with the right credentialing system on it, so that you can't really fudge that, right, and gain an unfair advantage.
I didn't catch the business value there though, right? You go for technology, but where in that process could an improvement be made, like in scouting, for example? I'm sorry, I just pulled this at you, right?
And I know I'm being purposely vague on it, but that's where the value to the company should accrue, right? But the point is that it's, think of it as, what would you do if you were playing a sport when you were younger? What would you do to have those memories all in one place, right? How would it impact your family, your friends? Would they want to own certain part of that history? And let's say if you're LeBron James and you actually made it to the NBA, what would be the value of what you were doing in your practice sessions be? So a lot of speculation goes on into these NFTs, right? But if there's an NFT of LeBron, 16-year-old, dunking something from mid-court,
And no one else has it.
and nobody else has it, what does that do? Or if there's a limited copies of it floating around somewhere, and it's all verified, it's all checked by the coach, and yeah, it's a genuine collectible.
Okay, we could go on and on, but I want to wrap up. Any questions from the audience for Aman?
Not a question, but because I work with Aman, I just want to basically highlight two things. One is, even in the amateur leagues, there are companies that actually, their bread and butter is actually working with the amateur athletes. So they have a vested interest in working with us in order to be able to monetize better and increase their incremental revenue, number one. Number two, we are also working with the Hollywood and the Bollywood studios in the entertainment side who want to tap into taking the entertainment, which is their bread and butter, and actually make it more amenable to the Gen Zs and so on and so forth. And in that regard, I cannot say much, but we are working towards building a Web3 entertainment adjunct solution as part of their overall.
Well, that's a good point that Sage is bringing up, because if you look at the fans, right? Fans of Avengers are probably, there's a good subset of them that'll be fans of, say, the Niners, right? Where is that intersection? If you have the data and the right data, you can make those associations, right? And if you have that data, then a lot of these brands and retail companies, they all want to market to them. Now you can open up a lot more business models around it.
Very cool. There's a question here.
When you started talking about baseball and the history that you capture, right? I'm just start thinking about the college application, right? Okay. That's probably for colleges who are admitting, top stars. It's probably a very valuable data, right?
Yeah.
If it is authenticated.
Yeah. And it's not just one sport, you can do multiple sports. You can see over there, right? Huge opportunity.
Beyond name, image, likeness, is there any other ways athletes could monetize their, or disrupt the current, system in place, right?
Yeah, plenty of that, right? So I don't, NIL deals kind of get clubbed into this one monolithic thing, but if you start peeling the layers of the onion, right? Now you can have your actual contracts with your agencies registered on blockchain. So anytime the agency markets you get paid, right? And that doesn't happen today because a lot of small markets where they're using your images, they just don't have any way to keep track of it. From a fan experience perspective, if you're in college trying to make it to the pro levels, you probably need a lot of money and use it as a fundraising tool to say, okay, these are my NFTs and, follow my journey as an athlete. And if I'm successful, it's like any other investment, right? So this probably borders on the investment.
And you also are like angel investors. So
Yeah.
Maybe not so much the profit, but.
They're just supporting somebody, exactly. Then can I come up as a college athlete, can I come up with my own merchandise, digital merchandise? Much lower barrier than launching my own brand otherwise, right? And probably easier to get viral on than
Also, the digital version may not be a shoe or anything like that, right? But it could be.
So if you are there,
example.
yeah, if you're familiar with Ready Player Me, right? They're an avatar company, and their avatars are now embedded into so many different metaverses.
So it actually becomes an avatar.
Your own avatar, your avatar with your own jerseys, or whatever you want to adorn them with, right? So again, these are new revenue channels. These are, and I kind of really empathize with those because when I was younger, I was buying those Winamp skins, right? They cost like $2 back in 2001, 2002, but I was buying those. So it's going to be very similar.
With that, final question, for all the categories that were covered, right? Your unbiased thing, there's capital markets, there's real estate, there's professional sports, there's climate. What would be the top 3 industries that will be the most disrupted? If you had to make a pick.
Yeah, I'm glad you said 3 because we only focus on 3. First is sports entertainment. The second one is.
I think that's the biggest opportunity. It almost seems right.
It's untapped. It's untapped, right? Despite all the e-gaming, mobile gaming, the real sports entertainment market is untapped. I would say from a digital perspective.
You didn't tell me to ask that question, man. I want to clarify.
The second one is retail and brands, and there's a big reason for that is because it's
very similar to
yeah,
sports,
it's
right?
adjacent to that. And the third is new age financial assets. So like carbon credits is a big push right now. And not to say that real estate tokenization and all those are not part of the plan, but they really require a little bit more on the regulatory side to make them into a sustainable opportunity, at least from our perspective. Awesome.
For the carbon credit, follow-on question, which industry do you see that?
I'll deflect that question to Sonia.
Thank you. I just want to get your opinion. That's fine.
You can hold it for offline, and you guys are friends, so we have a good conversation with beer. So folks, give it up to Aman for joining us today. That was a great conversation. Thank you. Yeah, a couple more. Gary and Gabriel, can I? Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah, Gary and Gabriel. All right. That's it. Yeah. I work with oh, you know, okay. Oh, is it for the art or maybe we can get more like honestly sports related. Thank you. You know, I mean, all I would be helpful to come, you guys are really helpful. So you guys good memory. Yeah, that's fun. All day is fun. I mean, yeah, it's fun very much. What it's like. The top very. So you're looking at it more as a speculative. They even pay that's funded. Yeah. Well, but this is something that.
Oh, yeah.
You're kind of very like
Yeah, definitely.
She broke down.
We had 5 people. Again, I'm not 21 or 3. You guys can change. Yeah. I heard that before, but it was really an anomaly. They've heard the last 2 years. 5 people providing.
Yeah. So how can they have 2 non-common schools in the same city?
In Presidio, there's multiple streets with.
Yeah, that's
the
the
same
bizarre,
names, there's other parts. It's very strange, like more often drinking here.
Then we just need to vote out the mayor.
Might be more than the mayor. All better.
Well, you can all, yeah, you can all.
Oh, well, Joe.
I would love to connect with you.
Yeah, for sure. I sent you an invite on.
Oh.
Have connections at socials and all of that? Are they competitive? Are they partners or?
I know socials very well. They are. So from the time we pointed out some.
George.
Plugs on their chain.
I'll catch you sometime.
Yes.
Very good talk.
And you're in the color scheme.
Which is really. Oh, yeah, this one is real.
Right now, it's very well.